Scrouthy, what's up? How's it going, man? Thanks for joining the stream. And we've got Gato here. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Good to see you, my friends. It is good to be back to stream. It has been a while. Chat. Okay, Discord announcement is done. Twitch is up and YouTube is up. And TikTok is live. Boom. How's it going, everyone? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. I love it. I love it. On school day night. Oh, that's awesome. Why don't you have school? Like spring break or something? That's awesome. Those were the days. Those were the days back in school and then not having school. Those were the days. Okay. What's up, JK? And also Daz3 Barber and Jolie Polly. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Why are we not connecting? We are live. Did I spell that right? Pixel Fire Games. Yes, waiting for stream to go live. We are live. Let's see how long this takes to connect. Oh, for those that use Stream Focus or are interested, I'm actually using right now the upcoming. It worked awesome. I am using the upcoming release of Stream Focus. So this is version 0.74. I might rename it 0.75 because there's quite a few things in this release and it's been a while since the release. So one of the things, as you can see, is with this new release is there are now status messages for each of the platforms, which is already super helpful. It tells you if you're connected or if you're not, if there's problems, if there's not, tells you what's going on in the background behind the scenes inside Stream Focus. That's super helpful. We've got Crisp Lunatic. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the I wonder why why is Scrouthy showing up as gold or yellow on Twitch native, but he's showing up as green? And did you just change your color, Scrouthy? Or was that an auto color that Twitch gave you? Because I have it set in Stream Focus if you have your own custom color set in Twitch on your username, Scrouthy, your username on Twitch native, for me at least, is showing up as yellow/gold, same color as Crisp Lunatic. But here in Stream Focus, it's showing up as, oh, I need to make this smaller so you guys can see. For you, it's red. Okay, so it's just one of the random Twitch colors. So the way that Twitch username colors works is you can set your own custom color in your profile settings if you want to. If you don't set your own custom color on Twitch for your username, then Twitch will give you a random color for each stream you join. So for me up on Twitch native, it's showing up as yellow for Scrouthy, but for him, it's showing up as red on his end, which is interesting. And Gato says it's red. So Gato, for you, are you seeing Scrouthy as gray? Interesting. Okay. And there's also no way in the API. We've got a lot of people joining on TikTok. Thanks for being here, guys. Or at least they're joining and then leaving. There's no way in the Twitch API to retrieve the random color that Twitch chooses, which I guess makes sense because it's showing a different color for each user. Like it's not like it's showing Scrouthy a different color for his username than it's showing me for his username. So it's like it's probably just browser random for each, which is really weird. I don't know why Twitch wouldn't just give a random color to each user and then show that same color that it picks to everyone. It shows it's random for everyone, which is really weird. What's up, one of what Lego followers? How's it going? How is it going? Okay, another thing you can see on Stream Focus real quick is all the messages are highlighting when I hover over them, which is really cool. Actually, let me move this over so TikTok can see it too. So here, I pretty much did this because it's helpful for like as you're like scrolling chat and you want to read someone's message, you can like hover over it and see it. Twitch native does this and YouTube native does this, as well as TikTok too. So all the chat platforms did this, so I thought it would be a great idea to make things a little more consistent for everyone. So did that, and now also usernames are clickable inside Stream Focus. So if I click on Scroufy, it will pull this up. So it will show his username and his profile pic. Ignore this stuff. This account created and following says that's just placeholders. That's not the actual time that Scroufy created and has been following since. These are just placeholders. They don't work yet. But I can now see all of the chat messages and alerts for that user for the stream session. So let's go look at Chris Lunatic. He's only sent 2 messages. Boop, so I can read all that. So this is actually the beginnings of mod support inside Stream Focus, which I'm really excited about. And yeah, just like Twitch, and it's super helpful. So even if I have chat paused right here and I look at Chris Lunatic, it'll continue to show his messages here inside Stream Focus. And this is really cool also, even more so from a modding standpoint. I really like it because when you have a lot of viewers chatting, I don't usually have this on Twitch or YouTube, but sometimes on TikTok streams, I'll get like chat is just going wild and crazy, okay? And if I want to go talk to someone like, hey, Scroufy, it's good to see you here. Scroufy, tell me what happened yesterday or whatever. If you don't have that feature where you can see just that user's messages, then you have to watch chat just go crazy and you have to go hunt for that user's next message, right? If you're trying to talk to someone specifically on chat. But like say for like really large streamers like Kenji or Nigga30 or Ninja or Tim the Tatman or whoever, if they want to talk just to one person, they can click on that person's username, Chris Lunatic, boom, and then they can ask a question on stream. Hey, Chris Lunatic, what's the weather today for you? What's the weather today where you live right now? And then I can wait for Chris Lunatic to send a message and I'll see it as soon as it pops up, and I don't have to hunt for his next message in the chat, which is really cool. So I really like it. I think it's a cool feature, and so this is going to be upcoming in the new Stream Focus update, which is going to be coming very, very soon. Hopefully within the next week. And then check this out. So, hey, just followed on Twitch. Thank you so much, Mr. Lunch Club. Appreciate it. 57 degrees, baby. Yes. So I didn't have to hunt for that message. I just asked a question, he answered. I could see it right there. Another thing I added to Stream Focus is you can now highlight text and copy it. So that's not something that I ever really use when I'm streaming, but I know a lot of people do that. They'll like go to someone's message and they want to look something up, so they'll copy this and then they'll copy it. So I made it so you can also copy too. So you can highlight text, Control C to copy, and then you can go paste it somewhere if you wanted to. So that works too, which is super fun. And so then also all of the same styling shows up as well. So if I click on Mr. Lunch Club right here, it'll show all that too. So it shows his first time chat. Like it seems trivial, right? It seems trivial that all the styling would carry over, but it actually took some work to make it display everything here. Something else I did, so no one has done anything yet that would show an alert, but like if someone on TikTok, someone drop a follow on TikTok and then send a message. We got Dax. Someone join on TikTok, or wait, sorry, someone who's on TikTok. Press the follow button and then send a message. I want to show you guys. Or share. Follow the stream. There we go. So we got archive worthy followed. So I'm gonna click on him. Boop. And so then check that out. It shows all of this person's alerts and their messages in that same window. So like in Stream Focus, we have it split in the main section where the alerts are up top, up here, and the chats are down here. Well, except for TikTok. TikTok follows and shares stay down here in line, just like native TikTok. But like if there was a Twitch example, like if Chris Lunatic or Scroufy or Gato sent some bits. Okay, there's Cobra. Oh, that's a TikTok. Okay, so let's look at Cobra Reaper. Good example. Here we go. Oh, Cobra hasn't sent a message. Cobra, send a message. Thank you for the scroll, by the way. It means a lot. Cobra, send a message in chat. There we go. Okay, so if I click on Cobra's name, boop, look at that. It shows his alerts and his messages in this area. So this is like the central, I call it like in the back end of Stream Focus, I call it the user info panel. So you can click on any user and see everything that user has done on your stream in this session. So I click Chris Lunatic, look at all of his messages. I can click on Chris Lunatic here. It shows that Interesting. Okay. You just point out a bug. Well, something that I'm working towards. So, wasn't able to implement this yet, but currently. So, Crisp Lunatic is on Twitch right now, but also on my TikTok stream. And what Stream Focus does is when you click on a username, it checks if we have that username. I think it checks Twitch for our Twitch chatters first, and then it checks our YouTube chatters, and then it checks our TikTok chatters. So if it finds the chatter on Twitch first, it will display all the Twitch stuff, and then it won't keep searching for YouTube or TikTok, because technically a username should only exist on one or other of the platforms. So that's actually interesting. I need to account for that. Interesting. It's actually pretty easy. What I should do is each time I click on a username, first I should check what platform I'm looking. So if I click on Crisp Lunatic here, it should search for the TikTok platform chatters, right? So then it should show only his TikTok stuff. But if I click on Crisp Lunatic on the Twitch, then it should say, okay, only click the Twitch. That's super easy. Okay, I'll fix that. I need to write that down actually. Click up. Finding bugs already, guys. I also have on my to-do list, need to make username clicks check for username, not display name, because TikTok display names have weird characters and sometimes that fails. Okay, so I need to also add when clicking username, check only the platform of the message that we clicked. Boom. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let me say hi to everyone. Stop talking about stream focus because that is not the focus, pun intended, of this stream. This stream is all about Tooland, the superhero video game, and I have been doing some work on this game off stream. Okay, and I'll tell you why in a second, but let me catch up on chat real quick. Again, Cobra, thank you so much for the squirrel. It means a lot. We've got Scralfy and Gato, as always. Thanks, guys. Crisp Lunatic, good to see you. Hope the morning's going fantastic. Thank you so much. It is. Hope your morning's going well as well. What are the stream focus updates? So, Mr. Lunch Club, this is a multi-chat app that I've been developing for about a year now, and it is in early access. If you want to check it out, if you multi-stream, check it out on my website. You know, my previous message, Suso. No, I did not. Where's your message? Oh, I see your message on YouTube. Well, I wonder why it didn't show up here. That's weird. Yeah, it's I see two messages from you. Unless, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why your other message didn't show up, so that's weird. On TikTok, when Twitch, then Twitch will both be in there. Currently, no. So let me actually ask that question. Is there anyone in the chat right now that does multi-stream and uses chat features like this? Let's say if Crisp Lunatic is chatting on both Twitch and TikTok, okay, when I click his name, should it show me all of his messages and alerts from both Twitch and TikTok, or only one or the other? I'm not sure. I want to say just the platform you click on. I'm not sure. I really don't know. I don't know what the preference would be. Homework. Oh no, that's the worst. Twitch commands in Stream Focus. Yes, Twitch commands are actually here. Was that this release or next release? Let me check. Oh, commands from Twitch are not showing up. Wait, I thought I added them. Yes, they show up. So if you actually type in a command, it should show up. So like someone type in !! Discord. It should pop up in Stream Focus. If you're on Twitch. What's up, Winter? How's it going? So if you click on the name on Twitch, it brings up Twitch comments. Currently, yes, 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 yes. Yep, see, it shows up. So before that actually wouldn't show up. If you put an exclamation mark before a word on Twitch, those were not showing up because Twitch labels them as commands, and we weren't reading those in Stream Focus, but we are now. So that is there. Okay, Gato, what in the world? I need to make this bigger. I feel like it needs to be further out, left, right, up, and down, I think, because it's just too small. I also might as well just get rid of, maybe display things differently. I don't know. It just seems very compressed. Brings up Twitch comments. It should bring up commands. Yeah. It should. I don't have any commands on my Twitch platform. But anyway, let's get to today's stream, guys. I need to stop talking about Stream Focus. We need to get into today's work and today's stream. Today is another game dev stream. We're working on Tooland, the superhero mobile game that I am developing for a client of mine. And for those that were here last stream, which was last week, I believe, we recorded all of the motion capture for Rampage live. Let me pull that up real quick, just as a quick refresher, so we can be reminded of all the stuff that we worked on and the really cool stuff that we got done last week. Boop. I'm gonna pull this down here so you guys can see this. Okay, you guys ready for this? I've said that like 5 times. I'm gonna mute it. Yeah, you guys can see that. So last stream, when was this? 9 days ago. It's been like a week and a half, guys. Oh my goodness. So we recorded all the motion capture for Rampage. Rampage is the final boss. We recorded all of this stuff. If you want to go back and watch the VOD, you can. It's over on YouTube. We recorded all different types of mocap. Talking, taunts, idle wounded, idle fight, idle casual. And I bookmarked all this stuff too. Or timestamped it so you guys can actually see specific stuff if you're looking for that. Flailing in water, getting hit, removing trench coat, like all types of stuff. And it was a lot of fun. So in the past week and a half, I have been processing some of the mocap for Rampage, and I started working on the cutscenes for this game. Okay. I've started working on the cutscenes for this game. Derek, I cannot give you mod. We don't need any mods right now. And for mods, I usually only give mods. First off, I'll reach out to a person for mod, and it's usually someone that it's always someone that has been very present and involved in the community and is pretty active on streams, because I'm not just gonna give mod to anyone, obviously. That would be crazy. So I have been working over the past week and a half processing some of Rampage's mocap, as well as beginning work on the cutscenes for this game. Now there are 3 total cutscenes in level 1, okay? And I completed, got to like 90-95% on one of the cutscenes, okay? And I did the first cutscene off stream because I've actually never created a cutscene before in a game. So that was all new to me. I've never used the Unity timeline before, but I figured it out. It was a lot of trial and error, a lot of tutorials, but I finally figured it out. So I want to show you guys the cutscene that I've put together for this game, okay? So let me get this all ready. After I show you guys this cutscene, then we will start working on another cutscene. So that's what we're doing today on today's stream. I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. And yeah, here we go. Let's do this. So, we'll turn that off. So a little bit of context first on this cutscene. You're down here, okay. Oh. I also started reworking the jumping in this game. So the jumping is currently in a very unstable state. I wanted, because currently he was just doing like a normal stand-up jump. I was like, that's lame. We need some flips in here. So let me show you a quick preview of the jumps real quick. So now when you just jump, ignore the flip for now. What I had before was every single time you jump, it's this jump, like just straight up and down, and then you just land, okay? I wanted, like, that works for standing still, but when he runs, I wanted him to do a flip. So watch this now. So when you run and jump, it's a flip. And I thought that felt a lot better. So I'm still working on it, but it's getting there. And then I'm also playing around with the ground roll. Currently he shouldn't ground roll right now. I really only want him to ground roll if he's jumping or falling from a really high height, but he shouldn't roll on every single jump because like it looks kind of cool right here, but if you were to just like jump on this police car, it would roll on that. Actually, that looks pretty cool. I don't know. But like even if you like jump static, it rolls every time. So I need to work on that. And this is the biggest area where it's currently broken is if it still currently has jetpack mode enabled when you do a double jump and hold it down. So if I just fly, it just constantly flips. And the feet are all janky and messed up. So so all that to say, I'm not working on jumping on today's stream, but I'm gonna be running around in today's stream. So just ignore the jumping because it is in a state of disrepair. so that's that. So ignore the jumping. But for context for this cutscene that I've already created, you start at the very far left of level, and then you make your way here to this police station. And what happens at this police station is, and this right here is the cutscene that we're going to be working on today and creating from scratch. But when you get to this point, a cutscene happens, and Rampage, the final boss, he busts out of the police station. Okay, he busts through that door, and then he runs from. So like right here, I'll pretend like I'm final boss. Boom, he busts out here, and then he runs over and escapes because he's escaping from the cops inside the police station. Runs over this door, jumps, busts through it, and then runs up the building. And then cutscene ends, and Drip and his like AI watches, like his Al and Bree, they're like, we need to chase Rampage and beat him to the top of the building or whatever. So then you have to find some Infinium and then use your jetpack and fly to the top of the building. So ignore the flying right now. This is really super messed up. But you get to this rooftop, okay? And then once you beat Rampage to the top of this roof, then you see the second cutscene, and that is the cutscene that I have already created. So I'm gonna show you what that cutscene looks like right now, the current state that it's in. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. You're right. Why am I gray? My color, someone said gray earlier. Who said that? I think it was Crisp. I can just click on the name. Oh, that's so cool. Well, someone said, why am I gray? I am like, oh, I know why. So the webcam is, I forgot to change the color from last stream. For the Mocap stream, I moved the webcam over there, and I was trying to match the color to the other camera, so I changed the color, so I need to go fix that real quick. Sorry, guys. Where is Camera Hub? Is that real quick? I forgot what I had it set to. This is what it was. Whoa, that's not good. How's that? No. Let's do automatic white balance. That's already better. Yeah, auto white balance, putting it at 5,000, no, 4,700. I don't think I touched the saturation. Touch the tint. 13. Too pink. What do you guys think? Does that look okay? Still looks kind of green. I think this needs to go up higher. Maybe it is the saturation. Maybe we just need more. 55. I'll do 60. Okay. That feels a little better. Stick with that. And then save it. Okay, sorry guys, that took so long. Let's actually do this cutscene that I've already worked on. Here we go. In 3. In 2. In 1. Here we go. So there's no audio yet. Well, there it is. What do you guys think? This is my first cutscene I've ever made in a game. I feel like it went pretty well. So essentially what happens is here is you beat Rampage to the rooftop. I'll walk you through with my own audio what happens here, okay? So boom, bust through the rooftop exit. I don't have time for this. And then you get out of my way. Or something like, get him, take care of him. Rampage escapes, jumps to the next building, and then you fight these bad guys right here. And then you continue on and you jump. So then you know as the player, like, hey, Rampage is escaping. I've got to chase him from rooftop to rooftop. So it's really cool. I got the cutscene bars coming in. It was kind of a learning curve, kind of figuring out like how the timeline works in Unity. Let me actually pull that up. Where is that cutscene? Rooftop. So like here is. So when you get into here, you hit a collider trigger. I already knew how to do that. That was pretty straightforward. But then like all of this stuff, I don't have to do this in game mode. I can actually do this up here. So if I turn the rooftop cutscene on, I can actually scrub through this. So let me actually turn off the selection. So essentially everything in here is like, these are mocap clips that we recorded from Rampage. Like here's the bust through that we added. So I can play, he busts through. And then it transitions to another mocap animation. I don't have time for this. And then transitions to his walk cycle, and then transitions to his shove that we also recorded on the mocap session day. And then it transitions to his run cycle. And then when he gets here, it transitions to his jump. And then it transitions to another jump, and then all that. And then on top of that, I have a dolly cart, which is this right here. Let me find the spline. Let me turn off the navigation stuff. So this right here, you see this spline right here? This is the spline that I created that essentially tells Rampage where to walk, right? So he ends right here when he busts out of the door, and then this dolly cart spline shows him where to walk as he's playing his walk cycle animation. So that's how that works. And then all of the goons, the thugs, they have... I didn't do dolly cart splines for them. I just hand animated manually their endpoints. So if we look at that, rooftop, let me just go into record mode so I can actually click on these. So here's all the goons. So if I click on goon 3 and then record. So that's goon 3. So he also he transitions from his idle animation to his running animation and then to his idle again. But to get from point A to point B, I have these keyframes right here. And the keyframes pretty much just say position here, rotation here, pretty much. So then I just use the gizmo and just put him where I needed him to run to. So yeah, that is pretty much how I did the timeline for all that. Or the cutscene for that. It was definitely a learning experience. There was some stuff in here that I had never done before, like one thing was these signals. So Unity Timeline has these signal things where at a specific point in time, you can send what's called a signal. And that, like we look over here, that tells Rampage to look at Drip. So you'll notice that this cutscene works no matter where you enter into the cutscene at, which is pretty standard for most games. So So I have a signal in here for Rampage to look towards Drip. So if I land, actually, let me I've got to turn the rooftop off first. So if I enter into this cutscene way back here, I'll enter into it and you'll watch. Rampage is going to bust through like normal, and then he's going to turn to face Drip. And then he does all that stuff, and then he continues on. And there's another signal I have in here too that makes Drip, the player, face towards Rampage. So if I reset this, and then if I enter in right here, watch Drip face Rampage. Boop, faces Rampage. So that's pretty standard in most games. But that was the whole signal thing inside the timeline was something kind of new. It was easy and straightforward once you learn it, but something I'd never done before. So yeah, a cool learning experience. I now have one cutscene under my belt. So we are going to now work on another cutscene. Like a super keyframe, exactly. Yep. What's up, Leps Gaming? How's it going? Command Slime Light, welcome to the stream. Elizabeth Yates, so good to see you. Always good to see friendly, familiar faces. Archive Worthy, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the feedback, Pixel. We'll keep testing out. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Wait, Lunch Club, are you a Stream Focus user? Very nice. Yay, homework. Any plans to include Twitch commands and Stream Focus? Already using it? Oh, awesome. Oh, love it. Thank you so much for supporting and signing up and being a Ember tier member. That means a lot. I really hope that Stream Focus is being super useful for you. If it's not, or if you think of any features that you want, please just let me know in the Discord and I'll do my best to get it integrated. Okay, let's do this next cutscene. So this next cutscene is, I'm gonna move Drip back down to the ground level because that's where it takes place. I need to add real quick, just lighting. Where did I add that? Whoa. Vector, add tab. Window, rendering. Why isn't it showing up anywhere? I don't understand. Oh. Where is it? All I want is to just add something here so that I can add tab. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, there we go. So I changed that to, I think, window. Why isn't it changing? I don't understand. Okay, that's fine. It's adding it somewhere. I just don't see it. Where is it? Okay, so I just added that so that... Oh, there it is. Gosh. Okay, I'm gonna add it up here. Just so that I can leave some room for Stream Focus to still be up here. But see everything I need to. Okay. Let's move Drip back to ground level. Move him over here. So this is where another cutscene takes place, and this is what we're gonna be working on today. So when you first, as the player, when you first get to this area, you see Rampage bust out of the police station. Okay, so that's when you first get introduced to the final boss. That's when you first realize what the stakes are for this level. You've got to chase down the final boss and defeat him, send him back to jail. So what I'm thinking is, we kind of got to figure out what exactly we're doing for this cutscene. You can see through these windows, so I think we're going to have Rampage start either that door or this door. We'll have him start there. We'll have him start here. And then we'll have him run to this door, bust through it. We can either do, since we already do the shoulder shove bust through on the rooftop, I think we should do the one down here where he uses two arms and like pushes him out. Which works nicely because this is a double door system. So I think he runs to the door, busts it open, And then he gets outside, and initially I was thinking we would make it so that he busts outside and then he looks at the player, and then same thing, I don't have time for this, and then just runs off. But we already do that on the rooftop, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make him bust out here, maybe do like a quick pose, like an angry thing, like "Rah!" and then keep running, or maybe not do that at all. But anyway, run through the building, bust through the door, and then run to this door and bust through that, because that's when he starts working his way up through the building, through the stairwells. So we got a run cycle. We got to make the dolly path. Run cycle, bust through, bring the cutscene bars down, obviously, and then continue running, and another bust through, and then continue running. And then we'll also probably do some other stuff with Drip and his watches, because your watches are kind of like Jarvis in Iron Man, where they give you like, maybe that's a bad example. What's an example of kind of like, most games have tooltips, right? Where like a box comes up and tells you what to do or how to do something. But in this game, we do that by way of Drip's. In this comic book series, Tooland, Drip has these two watches named Bree and Al. They're like AI voices, nanotech type things, and they talk to Drip. So they're like his Jarvis to Iron Man, essentially. And they kind of give you, the player, like helpful hints along the way. So during this cutscene, I think they're also going to talk to Drip, like, check it out, boss. Looks like Rampage just busted out of jail again. And then he's like, man, can't keep this guy in jail. And then it shows the player like maybe kind of like a scan of Rampage. Like let me show you an example rather than just describing it. Let me pull up the cartoon episode of this level. Okay. Tooland, episode 1. So when you first get introduced to a new character in the cartoon, here's an example of what happens. Watch this, okay?
Dude, do you have any clue how late you're making me this morning?
Codename Drip. Race Humanal. Experience Rookie.
So you hear that robotic voice in the background? That's one of his watches named Bree. And she is kind of walking, she's explaining, she's talking through what you see here. Same thing happens with Rampage when we first get introduced to him. Where's that? So right here. So in the cartoon episode, you first get introduced to Rampage, or the player first interacts with Rampage in the final boss fight. But we're showing it a little bit earlier in the game. But here's this.
In a few months, then a few years worth of dirty bribes and cop payoffs combined. So no, you don't call me boss. To you, I Rampage.
Randy Rampage Randolph. He's got a rap sheet as long as his trunk. And the list goes on and on. Looks like he's got a lot of attempted murder charges Tooland PD could never nail him on.
Wait, so his name is...
So that right there, I think now you guys know what I'm talking about. That's what I'm thinking we might should do in this cutscene. So Rampage busts out of jail. You as the player see him for the first time, and then Rampage stands in front of the doorway for like a split second, to where the camera then freezes on him and then pulls up a very similar scan thing like this, and kind of shows you like Rampage, and then shows him like all this stuff or whatever. And then it shows him continue on. After your watches have shown you this or something similar to this, then Rampage continues to run through the door, and then your watchers are like, we gotta chase him down, boss. Or they're like, what's a faster way we can beat him to the top? And they're like, okay, well, let's get your jetpack out. And then he gets the jetpack out and he flies really high, beats him to the rooftop. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna not do this part in the cutscene right away. I'm first just gonna get Rampage busting through the door and then running across, and then afterwards I'm gonna talk to client, see if he actually wants that or not, because I don't want to waste a lot of time building out this part right here if he doesn't even want to do it in the game. So we got it. We got our tasks. Let's do it, guys. Here we go. Let's make this cutscene. I'm excited. Thanks for the follows, Shisher and Mosh. Means a lot. The Division watch. Oh yeah. Have you ever considered developing Roblox games? Yes and no. Not strongly considered, but I've toyed with the idea. I've heard about a lot of. Here's the thing. I've heard about how insanely popular Roblox games are, and I've heard about how successful some Roblox developers are, and that is attractive, obviously. But I'm hesitant to get into Roblox development because I don't know. I have thought about it. Yes, I've thought about it. I'll put it there. I'll leave it at that. Command sign light, scene idea. He busts through the door and looks around. He looks at Drip and says, "Hey, you, it's not Halloween. Get the heck out of here. But if it is Halloween or your Halloween day," he says, you should go home, kid." That's hilarious. If we had a lot more budget and we hadn't already experienced so much scope creep in this game, I would say yes, that's a cool idea. It's definitely a cool idea regardless, but it's not something that we can do, unfortunately. Yes, that is true. There is also a lot of what's the word? Not conflict. Controversy. Controversy. Yes, there is a lot of controversy. No controversy. Yeah, you got it. Controversy. Yep, a lot of controversy. But I mean, here's the thing. I mean, yes, there is a lot of controversy with Roblox, but here's the thing. We can't always. Let me figure out a way to word this first. Okay, I got it. When you are making your money off of something, when you're making your livelihood off of something, and then the management of that thing that you're using to make your livelihood on, when the management does something bad or weird or annoying or fishy, it's very difficult to just move away from using that something because it's your livelihood, right? So I'll speak to, I'm going to ignore Roblox because I don't know very much about the Roblox stuff. I'm going to use both Unity and Unreal as an example because they both, up until recently, it was only Unity that had some controversial decisions made, but now more Epic Games has done that recently too. So I'll do Unity example first and I'll do Unreal example second. So Unity example. A few years ago, I think it was like a year ago, maybe two, Unity decided to make the very controversial decision of coming out with this thing called a runtime fee, where Unity was going to charge Unity developers every single time someone installed and played that player's game or that developer's game. So let's say I make a game with Unity and I push it out to you guys, okay? Every time one of you would download my game, Unity, the company, would then charge me. That was the runtime fee. And it obviously super controversial. So many people flocked away from Unity because of that. And it frustrated so much of the Unity community and the game development community as a whole, for that matter. So I continue to stick with Unity even through all that, and thankfully, like, long story short, Unity decided to backtrack on that decision. Now they don't have the runtime fee anymore, which is great. But there's an example to where, like, a lot of people flocked away from Unity because of that decision, and they started learning Unreal Engine, or they started learning Godot. And I don't think there's anything wrong with them doing that. That's perfectly fine. People can do that if they want to. But I had been using Unity for years, and I was working on projects I was getting paid to work on. I can't just all of a sudden stop using Unity and start using something else, right? It just doesn't make sense. If you're just a hobbyist and you don't have money on the line or you don't have your livelihood at stake, then yeah, jump from software to software as much as you want. Like, you're not losing or risking anything. But the thing is, like, even in that situation, you could leave Unity and go to Unreal, but then Epic Games might make a stupid decision. And then what, are you going to leave again to Godot? But then Godot might make a stupid decision. So that's my view on that. Like, you can't always just leave something as soon as management does something bad, right? Because a lot of times, or most of the times, it will get backtracked. In the case like it did for Unity, so much of the community came forward and they're like, hey, this is stupid, we're all gonna leave. Unity's like, okay, we'll backtrack the idea. Ended up fine. Another example for Unreal Engine, this is more Epic Games, not Unreal, but Epic Games recently laid off 1,000 people, and a ton of people in the game development community are really frustrated about that, especially knowing how much money Unreal makes and Epic Games makes and Fortnite makes. And I'm sure that there's probably some people out there that use Unreal and now they're mad at Epic Games and they want to leave Unreal and use a different game engine. But I don't think they necessarily should, because yes, like, companies are always going to make bad decisions, right? There's never going to be a perfect company that always makes good decisions. So if you have so much at stake in using like a software, for instance, like Unity or Unreal, and the company makes a mistake, I don't think it's always necessarily the answer to just leave and find some other software, right? It's just not practical, and people just can't always do it. So that's my big spiel on all that. I don't even know how we got in that conversation. How did we get on that topic? How did we get on that? I'm trying to. Oh, have someone asked if I had considered developing Roblox games, and then Crisp was like, the controversy. Yeah, okay, so that's why. Yeah. So like, I'm perfectly fine continuing to work with Unity, even though Unity made a dumb decision a year ago. Okay, I would be perfectly fine going off and trying to develop something in Unreal Engine, even though Epic Games has also made some stupid decisions, right? So I don't think poor management decisions is always a reason to use or not use their software, if that makes sense. So that's that spiel. Let's actually start working on the game. Thank you for the heart, JP. It means a lot. Is the mobile app going to be free or with a cost? This game, that's up to my client. That's not my decision. I'm trying to convince my client to keep it free. I think that's what we're gonna end up doing. If it does cost, it'll probably be like 99 cents, like a standard $1 game on the App Store. But I'm very much pushing my client to keep this game free. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. So let's play this game. Here's what happens. You're starting way over here. Once you get to this point, cutscene starts, and we've got to switch cameras. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and do. By the way, if you guys can't ever see enough, especially you should be able to see everything I'm seeing on Twitch and YouTube, because you're seeing the same screen that I'm using, horizontal. But on TikTok, you're only seeing like a vertical snippet. So if you can't ever see something, just let me know, and I'll try to fix it for you. Okay, so let's go into my cutscenes hierarchy, and I'm going to create a new cutscene. We're going to create empty. Call this police station. That'll be the police station cutscene. Rooftop triggers. Police station. I'm gonna put it before rooftop because it does happen before. And then let's see. I'm going to move the police station cutscene over to the police station. This doesn't have to be here. It can be anywhere, but it just helps me. Okay. And what else do we got? We got a playable director, an animator, a signal receiver. So right now we really just need the playable director on here. Playable director. And we need the playable asset. So we need to make that. That's here. So I'm gonna make a playable asset, create timeline. playables, playable asset. That's not it. Delete. Maybe I'll just duplicate what I have. Rooftop. Oh, it's game object timeline. That's what I gotta do. Create timeline. I don't understand why it always does that. This was doing it when I did the other cutscene too. You try to add a timeline and it comes with all these errors and it doesn't even create the time. Oh, there it is. Okay. Creates the timeline. Okay. Game object timeline. I'm gonna rename this timeline to rooftop timeline. Okay. I'm gonna rename this one to police station timeline. Okay. And then police station, we're going to add police station timeline. Okay. Now let's see, everything is the same. We have our timeline. Now let's add a trigger. So rooftop start, it's just an invisible box. When the player hits it, it then triggers the rooftop cutscene to turn on. So we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to duplicate this trigger, rename this police station start, and we're going to move it here. And let's see, where should it trigger? I want to say like right in here. We're gonna have to make it wider though, so let me, wrong way. Do that. And then bring it up. Okay, so if the player passes into this, it will trigger the cutscene to start. Okay. But it's using the rooftop cutscene script, so I need to make a new script. We're gonna get the rooftop cutscene. I'm going to duplicate that. We're gonna call this police station cutscene. Time to learn Frostbite. That's hilarious. XP Boost, how's it going? Code Pixelfire gives you access to a blue drip. Dude, that's hilarious. I haven't even talked to my client. I haven't even thought about that. Should we add a cheat code system in this game? Oh, dude, that was... I talked about this a while back and on a recent short. Oh, shoot, I forgot to post a short today. Frick. I should do it around this time. Oh, well. I spoke a while back about Easter eggs in games and how they're just so much fun. And I've always loved Easter eggs in games, but that's another thing I've loved in games is cheat codes. Any game with a cheat code, you don't usually see that these days in newer games, but back in the olden days, in the old games, dude, cheat codes were so much fun. We should add cheat codes to this. That would be so cool. And maybe not even cheat codes to where they give you an advantage in the game, but like does silly stuff like that, like makes drip blue or something. I don't know. Or makes all the enemies have big heads or something. I don't know. That just sounds so fun. We should do that. I'll have to ask my client, but we should do that. Okay, let's do this real quick. Police station cutscene. Open that up. Dirty Sant. Wait, okay, so were you actually one of those people that you were working on a game, you didn't like the Unity controversy, and then you switched to something else? Oh, you're just joking. Yeah, I see. When I saw the cryo engine rework is going great, I realized you were joking. D-pad control screen just for the up. Oh yes, up, down, down, left, right. Yeah. Okay, so we got to rename this to also be police station cutscene. Whoop. Let me also make this smaller so everyone can see it. There we go. Okay, game object. Police station cutscene. Enemy song, cutscene goons. Yep, that's all good. Whoops, police station cutscene. On trigger, enter, start, police station cutscene. If other. Yes. Yes, police station. Yes. Whoa, hold on. Stop. Please encourage that active true. Show somatic bars. Show bars. Use controls. Nope. Or hide controls. Or show jump. False. Turn off the trigger collider. Yep. And then police station. Yes. And police station cutscene. Yep. Use outside of cutscene. I'm not sure if we're going to have any goons with Rampage when he busts out of jail. They pop up with him in the rooftop, but I wonder if we should have any goons come out with him. I want to say no, but I'm going to just comment this out for now, but we'll keep it in case we need it later. Okay. End, hide. Okay. So this should now work for turning the cutscene on, showing the bars, and hiding the bars. Yep. That's a good start. Come on. The Konami code? What is that? Do you have single player games more so? That is true. But this is a single player game, so we're good. We're good. But I mean, even like, do they have cheat codes in Red Dead? I've never played Red Dead, but does that have cheat codes? It should. If it doesn't. Okay. Police station. Police station start. I'm actually going to move that up there. Okay. We need to get rid of that and add the police station cutscene. Police station cutscene. Drag that to there. We don't need enemy spawn for now, so I'm going to go back and also comment that out. Yes, this is a mobile game. Elisa? Oh, Elizabeth? How you say your name? Because famous cheat code sequence. What is it for? What game? Yes, I'm still alive. TikTok Live Studio. Please don't end my stream. Real life cheat codes? I'll have to think on that one. Cutscene. Why is that still showing up? I thought I cleared that. Oh, I didn't clear the list. Whoopsie. Whoop. Okay. Now this should work. No, wait. We need to get rid of this. Get rid of that one. Okay. And then turn it off for now. Okay, that should work. Now I'm gonna hit this trigger from the inside of it, but technically the player will be on the other side when it hits it, but this should still work. Here we go, ready? Boop, awesome. So there it is, we hit that collider, cinematic bars come down, and now next step is to switch camera, okay? So I'm going to, that's always really cool when the camera switches like it did in that other cutscene I made. So on police station, I do it in rooftop. I actually just, well, all I have to do is, let's see, rooftop camera. I'm just going to duplicate the camera 2 and put it inside police station. Boop. Turn it on. Okay. I'm gonna name it police station camera 1. And I'm going to move it to ground level, move it over to there, obviously move it up, and then move it this way, because I want the camera to like move over closer to where this is happening. Boop. Okay, so there's that camera. So when this cutscene turns on, it will automatically transition to this camera that's active inside it. So let's try that. Here we go. Hit the trigger, boom, switches over. Oh, it already looks so cool. As soon as the cutscene bars come down and the camera moves, you know you're in a cutscene. It's so cool. And all the controls leave. It's so awesome. I can still, I can't run around. So nothing is ending this cutscene yet. We need to trigger the cutscene to end. But nothing happens yet. So we gotta wait for something to happen and then trigger it. It's so satisfying hitting a cutscene. Then you're gonna see Rampage run through and then bust through the door. Oh, this is so fun. It's so fun. Let me go trigger, for those that haven't seen the other cutscene I made, let me go trigger that one real quick. Again, ignore the jumping. The jumping and flying is in a state of disrepair, as you can see. Or it's normal. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe I should just tell people this is normal. I should just act as if that's the real jumping and flying in this game. It's just constant flipping with the feet all janky. Okay, so I've messed myself up. Okay. It was for some games for the NES game I'm finishing this year. Computer games programming. We had it on lecture. Oh, cool. I need to look that up. Konami code. It's got to be from some game. Konami code. A famous cheat code first used in 1986 as Gradius and popularized by Contra for 30 lives. It typically unlocks hidden power-ups, levels, or features in games and has become a pop culture meme, often appearing on websites and in voice-activated assistants. So it's up, up, down, down, left, right, BA. So we could do that in this game with the joystick, up, up, down, down, left, right, but there's no B and A, so I don't know how we would do that. I could just use these buttons like boom, boom, possibly. That'd be cool. Okay, so let's go trigger this cutscene up here for those that haven't seen it yet. So I made this cutscene off stream because I wanted to learn how to do it first before I actually streamed me making a cutscene, because it took me so long to figure out how to do it. So, but here's the cutscene. Boom, he busts through, goons come out. I don't have time for this. Get out of my way. Jumps up there, runs off, and then you fight these bad guys, and then you continue chasing Rampage throughout the level. Okay, so this is the cutscene where he first busts out of jail. So let's now put Rampage in there and have him jumping out. So police station, turn on. We'll already be on that camera. I need to take, I'm just gonna take the whole dolly cart and dolly spline. Actually, maybe that's a bad idea. No, I'll do it. I'll copy paste the whole thing. So copy, and then inside here, boop, move those above, and then I just need to move them down. Dolly cart. I can't move it. Why can't I move it? Oh, because it's attached to the spline. So I need to move, yeah, move the spline. So down. This over here. So this is Rampage. Let's turn him. Actually, I'm gonna keep it like that. And let's go ahead and make his spline. So we've got the dolly cart, and we've got Rampage parent transform. He's never, I want to say he never looks at drip. Honestly, I don't think he should look at drip at this point. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. He doesn't need to ever look at drip. Rampage parent transform, what was that? That was look at drip and return. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that too. No signal receiver needed there. Dolly cart, all good. Dolly spline, good. Police station camera. Okay. So let's go ahead and edit the spline to be the path that Rampage will travel. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Edit that. I'm gonna go ahead and just get rid of all of these. We can start fresh. Okay. So add a spline. We're gonna start in the building. Right there. And then we just drag where we want all these points to be. So I'm gonna do the main points, and then I'll do the in-betweens afterwards. So one there, and then we end right out here, probably somewhere busting through. And then after that, we need to work our way to this doorway. Boop. And then run in through here. And obviously, I'll edit all this now. Okay, escape, and now we can edit these points by just dragging. So this spline is essentially the path that Rampage will take as he runs through this cutscene. So I can actually go ahead and, where is Rampage? There he is. Why is he not at the start? Position 0, 0, 0. That's why. 0, 0, 0. Okay, we just need to clear out his position rotation. Okay, now he's not gonna follow the path yet because we have to keyframe the position of the path of his point on the path. So, what game are we making? I'm making a superhero mobile game for a client of mine. Just a little indie game. I'm out of coffee. That's sad. Nice, Dr. Star. I love that. That's so fun. Feature, not a bug? Yes. Okay. So, like, if I just drag this right now, look at that. So I'm dragging the position point, and he's moving from point A to point B. See? So all we have to do is go into the police station timeline, and then add in this dolly cart to here. Boop. Add animation track. And now I can keyframe, where is it? The dolly cart. So I'm going to record, grab the dolly cart, set it at 0. So now you see that keyframe there. And then I'm gonna move forward in time and then drag it all the way to 1. 1 is the complete end of the spline, okay? And now, when you drag through this timeline, he walks from point A to point B. I'm gonna exit record mode, and that should start playing as soon as we enter the cutscene. So let's check that out. Obviously, it's gonna look super janky, but I'm actually just gonna leave it on right away. No, I'm not. I'll turn it off and then trigger it. Okay, so let's do that. Here we go. Moment of truth. So we hit this trigger, boop, and then Rampage starts moving from point A to point B. Okay, so obviously we need to add his run cycle and all the animations and stuff, but we also need to adjust the camera. How should we do this camera? Should we just have the camera always like tracking with Rampage to where it's always looking at him so it turns with him? Or when he passes this point, should we move back to a wider camera? You duplicate this. Like we could jump back to, whoops. Jump back to here. Rotate it like that. I like that. I think that looks really cool. Yeah, let's copy that. Copy world transform. Duplicate that. Call that police camera 2. And then paste the transform. Turn this back on real quick. So we switch from camera 1 to camera 2. Now we just need to activate those in the timeline. So that's super simple. All we do is drag in police camera 1 as an activation track and camera 2 as an activation track. And then it will essentially switch from one camera to the next like this. See? Right now it's just cutting from camera to camera in the timeline, but once you actually play it, like you enter into runtime, then it will, so I'm gonna write there switch, it will smoothly animate via Cinemachine's tools. So let's see what that looks like in game. Play. So we hit this trigger, boop, switches to there, moves back. Obviously the timing is bad. Hey, can you please make Stream Focus free? Soon. Yes, yes. It will be free / super cheap very soon. Right now it is still in early access, and yeah, so that's where we're at. But yes, to answer your question, it will be free at some point. Okay, so I like that. Let's actually look at it again. Any date for when it's free? No, I don't. Maybe I don't. Yes, I like free things too. The thing is, like, Stream Focus, like, I have to be able to make some money from it, right? Because I have a wife and kids to feed. And like, while there eventually will be a free version of Stream Focus, there will also always be paid version as well. So what my thinking has been for a while is the base version of Stream Focus is free with all like the basic main features that everyone could need. But then if you want the extra juicy features, then you pay for the membership tier. Something like that. So I'm like a Creekcraft clone, and I know Creekcraft uses it, so I want to do it too. Oh, awesome. Yeah, yes. Creekcraft does use Stream Focus. Okay. I actually have a question for you, Lucas. Did you see Creekcraft use it on stream, or do you just know because you saw his review on the website? I'm gonna go ahead and add the signal at the end of this to end the cutscene so that I don't have to exit every time I wanna keep going. So I'm gonna go ahead and add that signal. How did I do that on this other rooftop scene? We had the rampage. No, not that one. Where's the signal end? Here, that's the ending. Right? That's the ending? Yes. Rooftop signal receiver. Okay, so on here, to add a signal receiver. Add reaction, and then the reaction is script end it. Okay, so here we just got to script. Oh, I've got to add the signal here, so add a, should I actually do that in here? Cutscenes, where's cutscene? Duplicate this and name it end police station cutscene. Okay, and then drag that into here. No. Oh, add reaction. Okay, in police station. It's police station start. Right. station cutscene. And that. Okay. Why is it showing up in this timeline as a marker up here? But in this scene, it's showing up here. Add signal track. Yeah, I want to put it down here. Signal receiver. Police station start. No, that's not right. Hold on. Yeah, this is the part of the Unity timeline I'm still trying to wrap my mind around. It's not very intuitive, and there's a lot of steps to make something that's seemingly simple happen. Hey, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Lucas means a lot. Someone I was on social media the other day asking if anyone had a BMX bike so she could have it free. I mean, you're showing us. That's crazy. Aren't those like super expensive? Thanks, Joan means a lot. Thanks for the follow. Oh, you saw him use it. Okay. Oh no, that doesn't get him in trouble at all. He wrote a review for Stream Focus. It's on the website, so it's public information. Okay, but so my question with that is, because I've tried to find instances on his streams where, I mean, I get on every once in a while to see like what he's doing and stuff, but what did he, when he first started using Stream Focus, I think he had it on like actually on his screen where you could see it, but then he just has it off to a side monitor, I assume now. So when did you see him have it? Do you know what stream it was so I could check it out? Was he like showing it on stream and talking about it, or did he just like drag it onto the screen, look at some stuff and then show it and then hide it or something? Like what was he doing with Stream Focus when you saw him use it? That's my question. Okay, so rooftop. So rooftop has a signal receiver. Police station has signal receiver. Okay. Delete that. That, drag that in. There we go. Okay. Add signal emitter. There we go. And that signal emitter tells this, no. Tells this to end it. Yes, okay. Now we're in business. Why it's showing up like that, I do not know. Emit signal. There we go. End police station cutscene. Well, there we go. Okay. So at the end of this, I'll end it right there. Okay. Now this should actually end. Let's test it out. He's on a side monitor, and one day he just wanted to grab some usernames from the chat, so he showed it on stream. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Asked him what program he's using to create it. Oh, okay, cool. Awesome. Thanks for telling me, Lucas. That means a lot. Okay, so switch there. Switch to that camera. Not fast enough. But then it ends. Awesome. So the cutscene ends. Okay, what's next? Let's actually give him his run cycle. So let's drag Rampage in. Pretty sure with this timeline I did it on the Rampage variant. Yes, so Rampage variant. Let's drag him in. Animation track. And now we just got to drag in his run cycle. Okay. So that is that one. I really need to rename these clips. Let's go to characters, Rampage. Where's our run mocap? It's not a taunt. It's one of the... Here, run cycle fixes. This one. Rampage run cycle. Okay. So all we got to do is drag that in. Here. Nope. Go to the timeline. Okay. Drag Rampage run cycle into here. Now, he'll actually run and play a cycle as he's running through. Obviously, we've got to adjust the timing of all this, but let's drag it to the beginning and extend it all the way to the end. And now he should run the whole time. See that? It's always funny seeing what stuff looks like before it's been finessed, right? Because obviously we've got to work on the timing, of course. His movement along the spline is too fast compared to his run speed because it makes him look like he's sliding, right? So that's all got to be fixed. Let me see what I had set on the rooftop scene for running. Should turn that on. Page run cycle. Speed multiplier 1, so it didn't change anything there. Okay. So let's turn rooftop cutscene off. And then in police station, Rampage. Okay, we're keeping this at 1. And then we just need to make this. Also, if you see here, this is it's using Bezier curve. So it's slower starting off and then gets faster, faster, faster. We really need these to be splines. So I'm going to do, not flat, need to do linear and linear. That way he's running the same speed the whole time. Okay. So that's an improvement, but now he's still moving too fast for his run cycle. So we need to make this, to extend this out further so that he moves slower. Better, but still some sliding. Oh, that needs to be ended at 1. I accidentally dragged it up to, need to stay at 1. Yeah, let's check that. This cycle ran out, so let's keep that going. We pretty much just got to keep editing this until there's no sliding. And he is what? He is still sliding too much, so this needs to take longer. Let's try that out. Better, but still some sliding. Better, still some sliding. Nice. He is running through the ground here when he gets to the steps, so we're going to need to make him step up manually when we get to that point. For now, let's just look at this. Oops. Nice. Let's play the cutscene in game. I hope you have a good one. Thanks so much, Lucas. Hope you have a great day. Killer Rose, I'm using Unity game engine. Okay, we hit the cutscene. Boom. Rampage busts through the door. Oh, and then it ends too soon. Whoopsie. Need to move this way over to here. Keep that active for... Actually, we need to switch it. Whoopsie. Turn that on. Need to switch cameras. Probably right about there. Yeah, I'm not sold yet on the camera switch. but we'll keep it for now. Beard of Knowledge, what's up? Thanks, Beard of Knowledge means a lot. I'm working on a cutscene right now for this game. He's definitely running too slowly. Also, why is his trunk physics working, but not his ears? Oh, one ear is working. His left ear, but not his right ear. I discovered this bug when I was working on the last cutscene. It's a really odd bug with Magica Cloth, okay? What you have to do is go... Turn this on real quick. You go to your character. You go to the Magica Cloth settings. And you'll see I already, for the bone cloth, I already have left ear, the left ear root bone in the plugin. Where is it? Ears. I already have left ear 1 and left ear or right ear 1 in here, but it like, for some reason, like in the back end of the plugin, it gets disconnected to where it shows you that you have the bones here selected, but it's not actually using them. So you just have to re-drag in this stuff and re-drag it in, and then it should work. So let me turn this off and then play, and it should work now. Trigger the cutscene. Watch it not work. Yeah, it's not working. That's just fantastic. The trunk and the ear. That's so weird. Why is it not working? I wonder if it's not working on the other cutscene too. I should go check that out. Trigger the end. Let me go check that out real quick. Nope, they're both working. Both ears are working. Both ears and trunk are working for that cutscene, but not for this one. Super odd. Super odd. Ears. How about I just completely remove it and then add it in again? And then play. No, it would have more movement. There it is. Now it works. So it's not enough to just re-drag the bone in. You have to actually remove it and then add it back. Yeah, so that's a bug with Magica Cloth. I should actually tell the developer about that bug. And I'm actually not sure if it's because Magica Cloth is having an issue with the timeline, or if it's having an issue with a prefab variant, because I'm using a prefab variant for the cutscenes. Okay, let's look at this again. Boop. Okay, all physics work. Great. Yeah, he needs to be a little faster. Police station cutscene. So let's change. So currently Rampage cycle is speed multiplier 1. So let's do both of them to 0.75. So 0.75 would be somewhere around here. So I'm going to drag that to end sooner. Then make his walk cycle to be... Actually, it wouldn't be 0.75. It would be... Wouldn't be 1.75. If there's 3, 4, 5, 6... Would be 1.5? 2 would be twice as fast. This is not twice as slow movement. It's half as slow? I don't know. It's 25% slower. It's 25% faster dragging back. So this needs to be 25% faster. So probably 1.25. Yes, that's right. Maybe. Now let's trigger it, see if that works. Oh, wait. Did it keep my changes? I don't think it did. It did. Cool. That's a lot better. A lot better. We actually don't need to be in play mode for that, so I'm just going to switch over to here. Check out the speed this way. And turn this off because we don't need that. All those extra lines. Like, I don't want him to run incredibly fast because he's supposed to be like a big behemoth of a character, like Hulk kind of. And his run should be fast, but also slow and heavy, if that makes sense. We gotta find the balance. That feels good. Maybe make him a little bit faster. That feels good. Now let's just make the run cycle match to not slide, because it is sliding a little bit still. And he is sliding forwards, which means his cycle's not fast enough. So let's move this down to 2.3. Still sliding. Might just need to change it until it equals that right there, right? So 1.4. Yeah, I don't see sliding. If there is sliding, it's very minimal. Tiny bit of sliding. When a foot lands, he shouldn't keep sliding. Ideally. So this needs to be a little bit faster. We'll do 1. Again, it is a mobile game and you're not going to notice. That feels good. Like when you're not scrutinizing it in detail. That feels good. What do you guys think? I'm gonna go ahead and move drip to the other side of the trigger so we can actually start triggering it from the correct side. Triggers, police station start. Make sure this is still a good spot to get triggered. Yeah, that feels good. And then let's move drip over here. I think we're outside the trigger point. Turn police station off so we can trigger it. Okay. Let's see this in game. Yes, like a big football player, exactly. Okay, trigger, boom, cutscene. Okay, I'm good with it for now. Let's actually add in the bust through the doors. Okay. Now to make the doors actually open, I think I'm gonna have to edit this asset. Oh no, they're already separate doors. Awesome. Looks like it. Let's see. Police door. Right. Left. And it rotates correctly. Fingers crossed. Oh yeah, nice. Good enough. Be super easy. Okay. So we'll do the same thing that I did for the cutscene on the rooftop. We've just got to turn the police station on, boop. And then all we have to do is drag in these doors. I'm gonna lock this. Can I lock that? I hope so. Nice. Dang, I should have done that this whole time. That's very helpful. Okay, so door. Okay, those doors are frustrating me. I need to make them not selectable. No. Okay, so left. I'm gonna drag that into here. It has an animation track. Yes. And drag the right door into there as an animation track. And then we need to bust them open. So let's keyframe the rotation. Easy enough. 1425. Did I have that? Is that what I had set to? Was I like 1.41? I think. What was it? 141. Yeah. It's okay. Won't even notice it. Okay, so now we have these in here. So now all I have to do is keyframe their animation when it gets to this point. Now I'm gonna have to retime the animation once I actually add the mocap animation of Rampage doing the swinging motion, but I'll just go ahead and have them open up for now. So let's do a record. Can I record two at the same time? I can, that's cool. That's nice. Again, guys, I'm very new to Unity Timeline. I've never, the cutscene I made off stream on the rooftop, that was my first cutscene ever. It's really fun making cutscenes, I enjoy it. Okay, so let's take this, oh no, not that. This door, we start with a rotation there. And then we bust it open. Let's do that for now. I'll do this like swinging back and forth in a little bit, but we just need to open it for now. Same thing with this guy. Need to do that, and then move forward a bit, and then rotate it. I would think that these doors, they should actually swing back closed. I have the one on the rooftop just slamming open and staying open, but these ones I think they should actually swing back to closed by the end of this. So boom, we go through, yeah, and then slowly go back. And then slowly go back. So I can go ahead and add that. Easy enough, just back to 0. And back to 0. Too fast. Way too fast. No, all I need is the Y value. Still too fast. And they're definitely going to need to, they're probably going to need to open faster. I also want them a little offset too. Again, this will depend a little bit on his hand animation and when those make contact with the doors. Yeah, that looks better already, just having one finish later. Yeah, that looks cool. Nice. Already that looks better. They definitely need to open a lot faster. Right in there. Right in there. A lot better. They should stay open for longer instead of swinging back right away. So let me just add another key there. Bring it up. That's good. Add a key there. And then extend these further. Nice. Looking cool, looking cool. Maybe they stay open too long. Oh, also the very start, they're getting shoved open. They should not slowly open up. They should just instantly start opening up. So I just need to make this guy a free. Nope. Are we on yellow? Okay, we need to hide. There we go. Make this, no, not free. A linear. There we go. Now it just instantly starts opening like that. Same with this guy. Linear. Nice. It's pretty solid. I should even like open up a little bit more as it gets to its end. Yeah. And same thing when it closes too. Most like bigger fancy doors like this, when they close, they kind of like get to the end pretty fast, but then they slowly do their remaining close. So I kind of want to add like a key here, get it faster to this point, and then get really slow. Add a key faster to this point, and then really slow. That's better. That's nice. I bet none of you guys in a million years, or no, I bet none of you guys when you woke up this morning thought you were going to watch a live stream today of someone animating a door for a cutscene in a game. Someone in the chat tell me. You never would have thought that's what you would have been watching right now when you woke up this morning. I kind of want to do like that. So once it hey, thanks for the follow, Phase FPS, means a lot. When I get to here, I kind of want to pause and then keep going like that. Look at that. Check that out. And it pauses a little bit too much. Here we go. Maybe it doesn't pause too much, but it just gets too fast right at the end. So let me drag this out again. So fast. That's better. That's solid. Maybe a little bit too much. Nice, still too much. Needs to be slower. Need to close pretty quickly and then slowly go the rest of the way. That's good. We're looking at the left door here. Right door's not done yet. The left door is solid. Nice. Okay, let's do the same thing on this door. We want it to end later or sooner? I don't remember. One of these doors needs some maintenance while the other one does not. That's the story here. Dude, that's solid. That's pretty dang good. That's pretty dang good. I'd say that's a good door animation, popping open and going closed. I think that feels good. End recording. Obviously, we need to rework Rampage. Definitely need to make him more centered. So let's adjust his spline, which is this guy right here. This guy needs to move to there and to there. Nice. Why can't I rotate these? I was able to do that. Auto smooth? No. Okay, now it gave me the controls. Cool. Now I can rotate these where I want them. So yeah, that needs to come out. It needs to come out more like that. Actually, that could move like so. Rotate towards the door. Same for you. You need to be more centered. I want him to be like perfectly centered with the door. He comes out. Nice. Solid. I didn't know you could edit rotation values on animations timeline. Yeah, you can. You can. And I only learned that. I'd never used the Unity timeline before a few days ago. Of the past few days, I worked on my first cutscene on the rooftop, and learned a lot of stuff. Had never used timeline before, but it's really cool. It does have its quirks, and there's some things I don't like about it, and I think are a little unintuitive, but it's getting there. In most games, we could get away with this right here. It would be done, right? I've seen plenty of games where characters just run through doors like this, and they don't actually have an open door animation. We have that, and we're gonna add it, but you could totally get away with this, especially for a mobile game, right? Let me turn this off and let's trigger in game. Check it out. Here we go. Ready? Yeah, you could totally get away with that, especially in a mobile game. Not having a separate animation. Cool. Does it close too fast? Maybe it should stay open for longer. What do you guys think? Maybe it's good. What do you guys think? Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure exactly how I want to play the camera system here. Right now, we're just switching to a camera over here. And then we switch back to this one. But I'm not quite sure what I want to do with the cameras yet. If you guys have any ideas, just let me know. I'm thinking we might do ignore the jumping. Ignore the jumping. Ignore jumping. So like look in this cutscene. this camera keeps them framed together. I think we should do something like that. Let's refresh. Dupe. Okay. Next step, I think we should, let's go ahead and add the door open animation. And then we need to have Rampage stop at that once he opens the door and then continue running after that. So I don't think I have already brought in the mocap for that open door. Maybe I did actually. Open door. No, they're both the shoulder bust through. So if you look here, they're both shoulder bust throughs. So I really want to do the open like that. So that means I got to go into Rococo and then export that mocap. Let's go ahead and open that up. Rococo Studio. Characters. Rampage. Duplicate. Okay. And that was in Rampage 1, I believe. Okay. Yeah, open door 1, 2, 3. See what that mocap was. And for those that weren't here, guys, we recorded all of this motion capture live on stream. I think it was 9 days ago. We recorded all this mocap. It was really fun. If you're interested in seeing that, I had like multiple cameras set up so you could see me in the suit and you could see this on screen at the same time. It was really fun. But that VOD is on YouTube if you want to go check it out. Here's like a walking casual one. I don't think I did any like mid-run ones. I might have to make him walk in the building and then go from walk to open and then to run, but that wouldn't make sense. If he's escaping from the police station, he should be running the whole time. So I should be able to transition from run to that. And then he pauses in front of the police station, and that's where in the cutscene we do the scan of him. And then he continues running. Perfect. So I should actually view this from the front. Or no, from the, it'll be left, yeah. Because this is where we're going to be viewing it from, so we want to make sure it looks good from this angle. Check player, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I like that one. That one was good. So that one right at the end. Future Beta is here. How's the game coming? Ooh, what's up, Dabby? It's coming well. I'm working on the cutscene, one of the cutscenes in the game. And I'm just bringing in... I'm grabbing some of the mocap we recorded real quick to bring it into the game. I like this one at around the 20-second mark. Don't like that one. That one's good. And then I really like this one right here at the end. That's good. I love how he's like, you can tell he's got some power into that push because he's recovering with his footsteps afterwards. That's good. I really like that. Might just use that one. Let me check real quick what open door 2 and 3 were. Oh, that is I've already done. That's where I got the shove opens from. Okay, these are all shoulder shove opens. Yeah, okay. Yep. Double check 3. Yep, all shoulder shoves. Maybe it would be better to have to give him a shoulder shove open for this door. What do you guys think? We could try both. Let's try both, see what it looks like. Okay, so if we say we're gonna use the last one here. End it right there. Yeah, I love the shoulder one, but I've already used it in the second cutscene. Let me show you. So this one he runs through, does he do the arm here or the shoulder shove there? And then we have to have him open those doors as well. But then once we chase him to the top, ignore the flipping. Once we get up here, he busts through this door, watch this. See? And that worked perfect there. So it wouldn't be terrible if we use the shoulder shove every single time he opens the door, but I really want to get that movement at least once. So the question is, do we do it on this first double door or do we do it on the second double door? Well, let's just bring it in and see what it looks like, and then we'll make our decision. Let's see what it looks like. Start right there. And then we'll zoom in a lot. And just double check our feet. Move you guys real quick. Details, locomotion, auto drift fix, yes. New pop, open, yes, yes, yes. Using 1825, yep, okay. Okay, let me just double check his feet. Yeah, both of them should be grounded at this point. Yep. This needs to be over. Okay, come on, Rococo. What in the world? Okay, both grounded. Up. Like this should stay grounded, the right foot. Maybe not. Double arm first set of doors and second. That slight second does make sense if you like shoving. There we go, that works. We stay locked on there and then right foot up and then down, correct, blue. We shouldn't be up yet. Up, should be right about there. Down, up, and down again. That needs to come to there. Even sooner. Okay, and let's check the left foot, green. Contact. Contact sooner. Cool. Finally, post process. That's messed up. Shoot. That's a drifting mess up right there. I would have to fix that in Blender, which is fine. I guess I can. Actually, it might get fixed if I keep that right foot grounded the whole time. Remove segment, add segment. Actually, hold on. Remove. There we go. Hopefully that'll fix it. Nope, that's even worse. That fixed it. That fixed it. Awesome. Yes. Whew. Now I don't have to fix it in Blender. Nice. What's up, 3D UE? How's it going? I was just wondering how to fix player start. What do you mean by that? Nice. Now let's export that. Your username is 3DUE, so do you use Unreal Engine? If you're asking an Unreal Engine question, I can't help you there. I don't use Unreal. Okay, that's good. Let's export it. Export. Let's see. Export clip. Mr. Mark, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Elizabeth Yates, Mr. Mark, yes, what's up? How's it going? Okay, so that's exported. Now we have open door 1, rig, humanoid, animation. And then I just need to copy the same settings from the other 2 doors, which we did. Check, check, check. Original, center of mass. Check, check, check. Original, center of mass. And then also 90 offset. apply on the rotation. Okay. And then all we've got to do is drag that clip into the timeline. Police station. So right about here. Mr. Mark gifted a sub to Elizabeth. Dude, you are so kind, Mr. Mark. Thank you so much for that. You've given 73 gifted subs on this channel. Oh my gosh, dude. I feel like I need to make like a plaque just for Mr. Mark and put a plaque of Mr. Mark, Mr. Username in my room somewhere. Dude, you're way too generous. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. There's nothing I could do to adequately thank you. Where have you been, Mr. Mark? I say, where have you been? I haven't streamed in 9 days, so where have I been? But what have you been up to, Mr. Mark? How's it going? Okay, run cycle. We need to split here. I remember the shortcut is S? Yes, S. Awesome. Okay, S, and then all we got to do is drag in that open door cycle right there. Already looks awesome. Look at that. Okay, so it needs to happen sooner, obviously. A little bit later. When he hits there, he needs to stop. So I need to go get the spline, and I need to add a keyframe stop right about there, and then not begin again until the end of this clip. So right here, add a key. Wait, actually, let's just do this. Dolly cart. Yeah, why isn't it locking? Stay locked. Dolly cart. We're at 1.17 there. At the end of this animation, we also need to be 0.17. Oh wait, I need to actually record that. Record 0.17. There we go. Stop recording. There we go. Now when we get there, he stops. Yes. And then he starts running. Obviously need to fix that glitch, but it's looking cool, guys. It's looking cool. I love him stopping when he gets out. I love it. And then keep running. Okay. Let's see. Right tangent, free. Kind of needs to ease into it. He needs to start his run cycle again, obviously. Ooh. Okay, so I'm gonna need to offset that run cycle. And this was something that took me a while to figure out when I learned how to use the Unity timeline a few days ago. Is that sometimes animations are offset from the root, especially when you're using a dolly cart spline from Cinemachine. So what you have to do is in this clip, go in right here and adjust these position and rotation values. You can do it that way, or you can actually keyframe some rotation and position values on Rampage as the actual character, but I'm just going to do it this way. I'm just going to offset. Actually, what I'm going to do, because the reason he's offset, so like this clip of him, like if I pull that clip open, like if you look at this, his root is right here, And then when you play the animation, he moves away from the root. But then when it transitions to this, the run cycle animation, the run cycle animation is back at the root. That's why it jumps back to the root when it switches from the open animation to the run animation. So I think another way we could fix this is to take this clip, the open up clip, and keep it at the root by doing XY don't bake into pose. Yeah, that's actually the better fix right there. So then the root stays with it. And then I wouldn't have to do all the offsets and stuff. So let's do that, and then we shouldn't have the jump now. It still jumps. Oh, it's because the dolly cart. No? This is something I'm still trying to learn in Unity Timeline, and I don't fully understand it. Nope, that's not it. There's something else here. Editing. No, match offsets to previous clip. Oh my gosh, that fixed it. So I knew you could do all this, but that actually matches it automatically for you. Interesting. Would it do that if I revert the animation settings? Let me undo that. If I go back to this and I change this back to there, would it still work in that case? Let me see. I still jump back, but then let me match off this previous clip. It doesn't work. Okay. So as long as you, okay, that makes sense. So you just have to have it not baked. As long as you have it not baked into pose, it will match the offset of wherever the root of the animation is. As long as you have that set to where the root follows the XY, or the XZ, sorry. Then when I do this match offset to previous clip, it's matched. Boom. Nice. Gorgeous. Okay. Now let's just fine tune and tweak. To run a little bit more. That's all we got. Okay. This needs to happen a bit later. A little bit sooner. Nice. That looks good. What do you guys think? We just need a better transition. So this needs to come. Nope, not you. Nope, not you. Gosh. This is something that bugs me with the timeline. I want to drag. There we go. That's what I want. Transitions pretty well. He needs to be further out the door though, so I need this. Oh, too far. By the time he gets to there, so that needs to go to there, and this needs to be further up just a bit. Just a bit. Just a bit. Right there. Almost. Feeling decent. Need to be a bit lower. F. Need less walk because the walk cycle transition is interfering with his arms. There we go. Now I get more arms coming in and then going out. That's what we want. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Now it's feeling good. It's feeling solid. Dude, that's friggin' sick. Oh my gosh. Now I just need to make this match. So the point there on the dolly cart is 0.18. So I'm just gonna copy that, come to here, delete. My oldest came in and he's like, I think the door should break when they break off their hinges when he busts through. Which is, this is a good idea. It's just too much for this game. Just a mobile game. But he always has really good ideas for the game. It's fun. Okay, so I need to record and then copy. Nice. So then he stays there until he needs to leave. Okay, let's turn off selection. Nice. Okay. Let's get up and chat real quick. Hungry? Oh gosh, dude. Why do you remind me? I'm hungry too. It's 12:45 p.m. I need to eat lunch. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I want to end stream it to go eat lunch because I'm so hungry, but I also want to finish this cutscene. You're just working, but now I have a couple of weeks off work to relax. Oh, nice. What are you doing? Are you taking work off just like for vacation or something? Artemis 2 launched yesterday, unfortunately. I didn't even know that was happening. I didn't see stuff about that until this morning. I didn't know they were doing that. I was like, wait, they're doing another moon landing? That's awesome. And then I looked into it more and they're just circling around the moon and coming back. Boo. You should really take a second and look around before he continues running, because once you have a building, you've been inside for a while, you have to reorient yourself, surroundings. Yeah, we could have him look around. That's a good idea. I don't think I recorded any mocap for that though. I'm really just getting him to like pause outside the doorway and take his time for a little bit so that the player and the cutscene can like show him for the first time and kind of feature him with that like the scan thing that we showed earlier in the cartoon episode. My name's Deshante. What's up? Did you just start creating the game? No, I've been working on this game off and on for the past like year and a half. Thanks for the follow, it means a lot. And then he starts moving before the walk cycle kicks in again. Yeah, we gotta fix that. Just want to get this bust through sorted out first. Is he still? Why is he selected? There we go. Nice, looks good. I might show you some of the progress in a little bit, but right now I really need to finish up this cutscene. You could also just look back at a few of my recent shorts. Where are you right now? Oh, you're on Twitch. If you want to see right now, just go check out my shorts on YouTube or TikTok or Instagram. Or if you want to wait and see it on stream, I'll try to show some of the work in like 5 minutes maybe. Like the door opening is great. What I'm looking at right now is the running inside the building. Which we're not going to see too much of this. It will be hidden. And he also, I think, yeah, he comes to a stop, or it's like too fast. I can't. He's sliding here, right? And he needs to stop. The dolly cart needs to stop moving sooner. Because the animation, the mocap, has some forward momentum built in. So we can't do forward momentum from the animation plus dolly cart movement at the same time. So once he starts this animation, we need to already be stopped in the mocap. That's better. But let's ease it. Left tangent free. Much better. He is popping through the door though. So I need to move this down. There. There we go. Nice. Stops a little too soon. Could probably come out a little bit later. Right there. There, that's much better. Still some sliding. Let's go back to where we were before. Yes. Now let's make sure his speed is good. I feel like this run cycle needs to be a little bit slower, so I'm gonna go back to 1.25 for the speed. Oh, that adjusted things. Okay, good, and then just need to bring it back some. Nice. I wonder why it doesn't start right away. This is linear, right? Yeah. Oh, maybe the dolly cart spline starts sooner. No, it's right there. But it's not starting right away. Did I drag it below? Oh, it's at 0. No, it wasn't. It was below 0. Interesting. So it can be below 0 in the timeline editor with the splines, but it can't be below 0 here. That, see, let's see that. Look at that. I'm dragging below 0, but it's staying stuck at 0 in the inspector, but it's going down a little bit in the spline area. That is a Unity bug. Okay, let's check it out. Nice. Okay. Let's stop recording. Beautiful. And we just need to have him not start running again until this animation is complete, which is right about there. Make sure these are the same values. 0.168, definitely not the same values. Oh yeah, because I changed it, that's right. There. Guys, my oldest just busted into my door holding this and he said, "Daddy, I made you lunch." Isn't that awesome? I'm the best kids ever. Hey, Daddy, I heard you on your stream that you wanted lunch, so I made you lunch. Oh my gosh. He's only 6. Guys, he's 6 and he made me lunch. Isn't that crazy? Dude. I wish I could show you guys my kids. They're the best. Oh, so I'm gonna pray for lunch, but I also forgot to pray at the beginning of the stream, so I'm gonna do that out loud with you guys. You guys mind if I do that? Let's pray real quick. Lord, thank you so much for this food that you've provided. I thank you so much for my kids and just my awesome family, Lord. They're such a blessing. Thank you so much for them. I also thank you, Lord, for everyone on stream right now and everyone that may join later. I pray a blessing over them, Lord, and I just thank you for them. I pray, Lord, that you would just continue to bless the work of my hands as I work on this video game, on this stream. And I just thank you for your goodness, Lord. It's your name we pray. Amen. Okie dokie. We're set. Let's keep going. Energized. Why is that spline all janky? Even though I copied the same value. Let's do left. Oh, thank you. Okay. Thanks, bud. And we got Coke. Boom. Champion's lunch right here, guys. Elizabeth says, dude, you're amplifying my baby fever. So we have 3, all boys. And my wife and I have been on the fence lately about whether we want to keep going and have a 4th or be done. So I'm leaning towards being done. My wife is still 50-50. But yeah. Command Sign Light said, "Can you leave your local grocery store after shopping for an hour or 2? You haven't remembered." Yes, Command Sign Light. I totally agree with what you're saying. The thing is, though, like, if I might add a little bit to the thought process of this guy just escaped from jail. The police are chasing after him. He's just trying to escape. So he's running. He doesn't really have time to like look around. Where should I go? He's just gonna run wherever he thinks to run. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm thinking, at least. We really only have the pause here for like a dramatic effect. That's kind of how I'm feeling about this this cutscene. He pauses when he gets out for a dramatic effect, so the player and Drip can see him for the first time. It's like this big, grand introduction to the final boss. My siblings are just boys. Age gap is pretty big though. What was the age gap for you, Sammy? Ours are all 3 years, so it's like 6, 3, and 1. Three sisters, no brothers. Interesting. So you're one of 4. How was that? How was that growing up? What was the dynamic like? 9 and 11. Wow. That is a big gap. Can I fix this? Left tangent, linear. There it is. Oh, wrong one. Whoopsie. I messed that up. No, wait. No, I didn't. It is left tangent. Left tangent, linear. Right tangent, linear. They're still off. What? Why isn't it? Oh, do I have to be in record mode? Yeah, you have to be in record mode. Okay. Now we're set. Cool. So when he stops, he's actually fully stopped, not moving anymore. That's good. I need him to be further out. Like he's at a good spot at the beginning for his hands and arms to not clip. Well, it clips a little bit. But I need him to propel forward some more. Like right here to there. I want to propel him forward a little bit more. So I'm going to add a key to the dolly cart movement. Bring it up. Then we'll get a really nice... That's way too much. Way too much. Too much. Maybe it's just too fast. Let's just extend it out more. That's better. And then let's ease it in. Auto and auto. Much better. But then we're going back to the last point. So then I just need to do record, copy this value in the dolly cart, and then bring it to here. Paste, beautiful, turn off record. Are my eyes deceiving me? 0.21, 0.21. Oh, left tangent linear, right tangent linear. There we go. Double check that this needs to be, might need to be match offsets again. Yeah, match offsets from previous clip because we did change things. Do need to do right tangent free. Can ease in a little bit once he starts running again. start the run cycle a little bit later. Why does he jump there? What is that jump? No idea what that jump is. Anyone know what that jump is? Anyone? Any guesses? Do you play video games too or just make them? Yes, not as much as I would like. I don't have as much time to play video games. Really, the only time I play video games is with my kids on the weekends, honestly. My oldest loves Minecraft, so we play that on Sundays, usually Sunday afternoon. And then Saturday mornings, we watch a few Saturday morning cartoons. And then we'll have some video game time from like pretty much all Saturday morning until lunchtime. We'll play video games, and by video games, that's usually like Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, Nintendo Land, an older game from the Wii U. Guys, Wii U, Nintendo Land, so fun. Oh, no, Command Sunlight. So no, he is getting a pause. You said have him look around like this. I was saying we're not doing the look around. Is the thing. So there is a pause, but he just stands there. He doesn't like look around like where to go. That's what I thought you meant. Elizabeth, that is wild. Your oldest sister you didn't know existed until 2018. So wow. Wait, so have you met that older sister since then? I'm guessing. Being an uncle in July. Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations, Sammy. That's really cool. To a nephew or a niece? I can't believe my son made me lunch. That is crazy. Best son ever. I really need to figure out where that is coming from. Like, it's not even in switching from one animation to another because the switch has already been done. Look at this. Switch is done. We're fully in run cycle, but then it shifts. Oh, I bet I know what it is. It's the spline. Let's look at the spline. No, spline looks pretty decent right here. I'm so confused. Oh, I see what's happening. So it's not moving over, it's rotating over, and Rampage is offset from the center of the dolly cart. You see that? interesting. I don't know how to account for that and fix it. If I revert this, that fixes it that way, but it jumps back. Still think we should match offset to previous clip so everything is smooth, but we still need to somehow the center of the dolly cart. Okay, this is, I think I have a solution, but it's gonna be really janky. I don't like the solution. I really don't like the solution. In one frame, I need to teleport Rampage back to the root and then move the dolly cart forward in time. This is, I really don't like this. It'll work, but I don't like it. There's gotta be a better way to do this. Okay. So let's take Rampage Parent Transform. No, wait. Yeah, Rampage Variant. Add override track in one frame. Take his Z position. Move it back to there. Why it's not setting a keyframe, I do not know. Oh, it is. It's just not showing up here. Oh, it's down here. Whoopsie. Okay. Okay, so we move back one, and then at the same time, move the dolly cart back up to there. And that would be right about there. So then there's a jump. Why is it jumping? Just have to match it better. Rampage Variant should be rotated. This is why I didn't like this, guys. It's janky. Okay, that's pretty much the same spot. Let's stop recording. And now, once he's past it, then he's back at the right spot. Ish. Take another look. There's a jump. You can see the jump. Nope, no, you can't. Look at that. It worked. Nope, there's still a jump. Shoot. Nope, not the jump there. Okay, let's check it out in the game. See you later, Slimelight. Hope you have a great time watching anime. Mr. Timmy Tough Knuckles, how's it going? One of those dads is only good at sports games. My dad has watched my whole family mad on it. That's hilarious. 45 minutes away your whole life. Now she's 2 hours away, but that is wild. That is wild. It's like the type of story that you hear, that you see in a movie. Youngest sister's baby shower. That's awesome. Congratulations, by the way. Nephew. That's awesome. Really cool. Okay, cutscene. Boom. Oh, what happened? Okay, yeah, we definitely can't do that. Something happened. Oh gosh, what did we do? Why is he all the way over there now? Well, I guess we're undoing all of that work. Okay, I would like to be able to see the timeline as I'm undoing, so can you please do that for me? Thanks. Okay, we're back to normal. We still got that issue there. And I don't know what the solution is. I honestly do not know. Any ideas, guys? I could start on a new dolly cart. That's not a bad idea. Elizabeth! Elizabeth Swan. How much younger is she than you, did you say, Elizabeth? Let me try doing a new spline. Oh wait, I'm not sure if that would even work. I don't think you can transfer a character from one dolly cart to another. I would just have to make one of the dollies a child of the other dolly. That might be a little... Dean, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I'm thinking... Let me say I just turned 30. Younger, older sisters. Oh wow, that is a big age gap. Man, that jump. The first like half of the cutscene up until this point is perfect. It's just that jump and then he's running too fast right there. I really think somehow I need to transfer him to a second dolly track. Or is there a world where I'm very tired of this unlocking my view. I had it locked, but then it unlocked it. So somehow need to get Rampage variant back to there. The problem is that in this clip, we're not baking the movement into the pose. So what if I don't know what the solution is here. I really don't. Because the dolly card is here. I need Rampage to be back here. He gets away from there because of this animation. I feel like it has to be a separate dolly cart. So let's do Rampage variant. Create empty parent. No, it's still going back to there. Shoot, dude. I could just slowly animate him back to 0. That's where we are, right? This animation. Yeah, he's at 0, but then he goes away from it. So at some point, I just need to go back to 0. So let's do Rampage variant. Add a track offset. Override track. And then here. Those are from the end of the animation, so just copy that. Move forward in time, and then reset all these values. That will get us back to the right spot, but it looks terrible. So what if we slowly do it over the course of time? And we're messed up there again. Dude, what in the world? Oh my gosh. I don't know what the solution is, guys. I really don't. I don't know what the solution is. I know one thing. I need to eat my lunch. Yes. Dude, James, that is awesome. I'm so happy to hear it. I'm so glad you like it, dude. I'm actually using the upcoming release of Stream Focus right now, so be on the lookout for an update coming soon. Where are you right now? You're on TikTok. Okay. Make sure you can see this. So make this a little bigger for you so you can see. So in this upcoming update, we now have each message will highlight when you mouse hover over it, just like YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok native chats. Just for like readability when you're like looking for a specific message. You can also now highlight, or not, I say now. By now, I mean in the upcoming release. You can now highlight text and copy it, which you couldn't do it before. You can now click on usernames, and that will show you all of the messages and alerts from that person on this stream, which is super, super helpful for both modding as well as for like having a conversation with just the one user. So say like your chat is going crazy and wild and you're trying to see, like, you say something like, hey Sammy, how's it going? Where have you been in the past 2 weeks? And then instead of like trying to hunt for that user's next message, you can just click on their name and then wait for them to send their next message, and you'll see it right away. It's really cool. So those are the biggest things coming in the newest release. There's a few other things too. What was it? Oh, some new Twitch stuff shows up, like whispers and commands and stuff. I don't have ClickUp pulled open. Oh no, I do. Here's ClickUp. Oh, something I didn't mention before is that previously all of text that looks white in Stream Focus was actually pure white, and it was I felt like it was a little bit harsh on the eyes. So I actually made it a slightly off-white to where it's a tiny, tiny, tiny bit gray away from pure white and a tiny, tiny, tiny bit blue. And it just makes it a little easier on the eyes. There's a few other things, but it's just minor stuff. Yeah, I'm really glad you like it, dude. It makes me very happy to hear. Oh, connection statuses. See, look at that. I would not have even known that TikTok wasn't working. Wait, it is working. We are getting messages, but it says for some reason. So another thing coming in this upcoming release is these connection statuses, but it looks like connection error retrying. It might be that it retried and it successfully connected, but then it doesn't move away from this error message. So I need to look into that because we are connected. Right? Wait, someone send a message on TikTok real quick so I can see if we're actually connected. Yeah, I use Cinemachine for the whole game, like for the camera stuff in the game, but for the cutscenes too, for sure. Oh, that's crazy, Elizabeth. That's cool. The game will not be on Xbox. Well, so the game is... My client hired me to make this game for mobile, so that's the plan. But it would be very, very, very easy to port this game to PC and console, so I'll talk to him about it at some point. Man. I wonder if I'm just doing it wrong by making this not baked into pose. Maybe I need to do that a different way. So if I do that, and then... Please. You guys notice it keeps doing that. I lock the timeline. Nope, not the animator. No. I lock the timeline and then for some reason it unlocks it. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I have an idea. So we're reset back to normal here. What if... What if during this animation transition... What if I match? Wait. What if I just keyframe this? Move it forward in time faster. I think this might be the solution. I've just got to finesse it. Why is there that jump? Maybe the spline is turning too fast? Oh yeah. Let's try editing that. That's definitely a solution. I just need to finesse it a little bit. We're not getting that jump anymore. That's good. That big rotation jump. We're super close. It just goes back a little bit. Which means this needs to be higher. Yep. I think that's it. He does go a little bit too fast too soon. Hold on. Actually, I think that's good. That's it. I think that's it, guys. Whoops, I just duplicated something. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Okay, let's check it out in game. Nice. His speed is really fast at the end, but it's looking really good. Okay, so let's check this out. We shouldn't switch cameras until later, so let's drag that along to there. Maybe even later. Yeah, he's sliding. You can see him sliding on the ground. So run cycle, let's make, I don't want to make it faster, so we just need this to, I need him to get there later. Still sliding. We actually we actually probably need to drag this out as far as we extended this pause. That would make sense, right? So that is like about 3 bars in here. So we need to go to about like right there probably. Somewhere in there. Still sliding a little bit. Good. To extend the run cycle all the way to. It's a little bit slow. That feels better. That feels good. Make sure there's no sliding. The tiniest bit of sliding. I know it was good. Let's play it through in the game. Gato, what's up? How's your anime? What did you watch? Still a little bit of... Whoa. He disappeared. Oh, because we're not ending. We need to end the scene later. That's why. Here we go. Okay. A little bit of jumpiness right there. But it's looking really good, guys. We're making some really good progress today. Go again. I really like this camera angle right here. It's a great camera. Not sure about this one yet, though. I think this camera, actually, we need to see drip in the scene, in the camera. For sure. It's looking really good. What do you guys think? If you think it looks terrible, tell me. It won't hurt my feelings. figure out what that jitter is right here. Also really need to finish my lunch. It is 1:42. Okay, let's do this. Let's watch a marble race while I'm eating lunch. So I can just finish eating. How about that? Okay, guys. No cheating. Okay, pick your color, everyone. Pick your color. I'm gonna leave music off so I don't get copyright stuff. I'm picking blue as always, okay? And I'm gonna take both blues. Actually, no, I'll take the lighter blue. Everyone pick one color, okay? Elizabeth is purple. Elizabeth! I'm light blue. That one right there, okay? Okay, choose your colors. If you're in this, choose. Gato, are you green again? Let's go blue. Whoa, we got big balls now. And back to little ones. Sorry, Elizabeth. Unless you meant that one. I think this one's pink. I think purple just got out. Wait, am I still in this or am I out? Is that light blue or dark blue? I'm actually not sure. What? No fair. Well, I know if Gato was still here, he would be green, so I think he's still in it. That's cool. How's Gato winning? He's not even here. Sammy, it's already like 2 p.m. here and I haven't finished my lunch, so I'm taking a break from the game dev and just finishing my lunch real quick. But whenever I do that, I just pull up a marble race on YouTube and we all just pick our color and see who wins. So it's just something to watch while I finish up lunch real quick. My color's light blue. Sammy, who you picking? Crisp is pink and Elizabeth is purple. That's a lot of mustard. That's cool. What do you mean if you had anything for lunch? Like you went to check if you did, but you can't remember? Or like if there's any food to eat? Oh, dang. What in the world, Sammy? I'm sorry. You need to make a grocery run or something? Okay, I'm done. We'll finish this race and then we'll get back to it. Hey, graham cracker's pretty good. Soul Tiger, no, I did not make this. This is just a YouTube video. I was just taking a game dev lunch break real quick. When I'm eating lunch, I just pull up these marble races and we all pick a color. Now I'm done eating, so when this race is over, I'll get back to the dev. Oh no, I'm out. No, wait, I'm still in. Light blue. Light blue's in. Cool. Yep, sounds like it, Elizabeth. And I'm out. That was a good pick, Sammy. Black's a good pick. Okay, we got 2 races in. All done. Let's get back to work. Okay, working on this cutscene. Where are we at? Where are we at? Where are we at? I think we gotta fix that jump jitter. It's okay, Crisp. I didn't win either. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then when he starts running again, he kind of like, it's not bad. It's just, it feels sudden. You know what I mean? Let's just work on that timing a bit. Right. Maybe it's fine. I think maybe we just need to start the run cycle transition sooner, like right there. I don't know, it makes it too off. Are we good from this direction? Yeah, he jumps forward too soon before he starts. Yeah, okay. Maybe the whole cycle just needs to move back. Nope. See how it's like really sudden? I wish I could speed ramp the animation. Can you do that? I actually don't know if you can do that in Unity. I could adjust the keyframes of the animation, but I don't want to adjust the whole animation, just the beginning of the first cycle. I also might be overthinking it. This is one of those areas where my OCD and perfectionism gets the better of me, or gets the worst of me. I don't know what the right phrasing is. It's probably fine. I'm probably overthinking it. No, I'm not. It just, he starts to slide a bit before he's supposed to. Should start right there. So I'm gonna move this right there. And then move this right there. Yeah. Like he doesn't slide forward too soon anymore. Well, he does a little bit. No, wait. This would need to go the other direction. This way. That's even worse. Okay, so they need to start at the same time. It's probably fine. He just goes from 0 to 100 like instantly. Okay, so let's do this. Let's drag this out to there. And drag this out to there. That's better. I feel good about that. Let's view it from front view. I still wish I could make the speed. What's happening with his head there? Is that an animation glitch? It is. It's like a... It's like a little rotation at the very beginning. What is that? Not that. The cycle, walk cycle. Wonder if it's an animation compression thing. Let's try turning it off. Nope, still there. I think it is actually. Off. Apply. Nope, it's still there. Seems like it's just the head though. You guys see what I'm talking about, right? Watch his head. Bonk. Bonk. Why he does that? It's in the animation, but it's the whole body, not just the head. Carlson? What is Carlson? Never heard of that. Stand-up time. Oh, it's hot in here. I'll be right back. Yeah, my color is still off, I think. It feels too green. Also, that is supposed to be blurred back there. It's another thing I forgot to change. There we go. gonna go into the run cycle and get rid of those first few frames. Hopefully that'll fix it. It's just... Is that it? Now there's no loop match. Shoot. It still matches well enough. Okay. Cool, we fixed it. Look at that. No, he doesn't bob his head. Nice, beautiful. Yeah, that works for me. I'm good with it. He does still slide a bit, so I'm gonna make the speed a little bit slower. Okay. Actually, that can still end sooner. Okay, let's see what that feels like. I don't know, man. He still feels slow. And I hate how fast his run cycle looks. Like, I want it to be slower, and I want his strides to be further. Shoot, dude. Run cycle is at a 144. Make it 1.4 so it's slower. Feels better, but yeah, I just feel like, I don't know. Like each stride should be further. But I don't know how I would do that. Because if I just make him faster, then he's just going to be sliding whenever his foot is making contact. Plus, what is going on with his foot right there? We have foot IK on. Oh, need it off. Okay. Oh, it looks so much better. Dude. We need it off there too. It's already better. Let's leave it on. Oh no, it's the transition just still looks bad. No, they're still just both bad. Nice. Try to make it a little bit slower. 1.2. Come on, play. Hello, play. I want to play. I don't understand. Why isn't it I'm pressing spacebar? It's literally lighting up the play button, but it's not playing. I don't understand. There we go. That feels better. Oh wait, can I animate this value maybe? Let me try that. No, I don't think that would work. Yeah, you can't. I like the speed of the animation. Just, is there sliding? Yeah, there is sliding, so we need to make it take longer. Such a hard balance. Feels good to me. Like there is some very minor sliding if you are looking carefully. We can just watch it play through, it's not bad. There is one hop in this run cycle. That one right there. It feels too bouncy. He's like, I feel like I should go in and edit that. That one right there. I would really like to turn sooner. I feel like he starts running straight out too quickly. I want to edit that. If we can. I mean, I know we can, just I know that if I do edit this, it's gonna start messing with timing of everything. That's what I really want to avoid. Hate to mess up everything we just fixed. see now I done messed it up again. Okay, let's see it in game. I'm good with that. I'm good with it. Okay, now I need to do another door open right here. Oh, where are we? Right about here. Let's do the same thing. Let's add a split in the animation and then copy that. Yep. Copy. Paste, but we only need opening and then we keep running. I could do the shoulder shove for this door. What do you guys think? Shoulder shove or another push open? I feel like we should do shoulder shove. It is a double door though, so I don't know. And then keep running. I think I definitely want the shoulder shove here. Oh, I need to move this up. Let's see it in game. Overnight, what's up? Or overnet? When you do the Lego Avatar Live, you get like 40 people, but like this, I know. It's just the nature of it. The Lego stuff is a lot more interactive. I'm talking with chat the whole time, constantly. It's more immersive. It's cool. It's more fun and interactive. This is very much, very laid back. This is a lot more casual. It's not high pace or high energy. Yeah, I think I want to do the shove. I think the shoulder shove works better here. Like, I really like that one for there. Yeah, definitely shoulder shove for sure. So let's... Actually just gonna copy... should we use the same shoulder shove from the rooftop? That one is open door 2. I'm gonna do open door 3. Yeah, let's do that. So we have some variety, even though no one will even notice, but we're gonna do it anyway. PlayStation. Boo-doo-doop. So we get rid of that and then drag in open door 3. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Okay. Also made the other one a lot faster, I think, too. What was it? That first clip. Oh no, it was a speed 1. There needs to happen. That's actually right on. It's a little fast. Point 2. Why is it lagging on playing? I don't understand. Hello, can you play, please? Why aren't you playing? Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. Nice. Does move forward a little bit too much. Let's see, what did we have on here? I feel like that works. He does move forward a lot. So we are going to need to slow him down on the dolly. We also need to transition back to the run cycle. Yeah, so that needs to be... Nope, on the Z, forward in time. That should work fine. Transition longer. Nice. Nice. Looking good. He just moves. He moves way too far forward in that jump. So I just need to edit this. The dolly to be right here. Add a clip or add a key. Add a key and then bring it down some. Nice, that's it. Now I just need to move him up some because currently he's still at ground level. He needs to be actually on top of the step and the floor of the building. He busts through with good timing. He's pretty centered. Be a little bit to the left. That is the spline. Let's move the spline over. There we go. A little bit. Nice. Okay, now let's just move him up. To move him up, we will do... Actually, I think I could just do the dollies. That's gonna mess stuff up. I'm actually gonna do it a little differently. I'm going to use the... parent transform and just animate it up. So from here up, where are you? That is, we don't have it in here yet, so I'm going to drag that there. Add animation track. On the parent transform, it's going to be Y position 0. So we're gonna go 0 up to there. So we're gonna land right there. It's gonna be that. About there. And as we go up, we need to land into that, so we need to go up a little higher. There. Okay, there's our jump. It's a little choppy. It's not terrible, but it's a little choppy. We could jump sooner. Up. I need to be higher. There we go, like that. It's a really high jump. That should work. Yep. Let's see it in game real quick. If you're still watching the stream on Purple, would you mind sending a chat message real quick? I want to see what the viewer count is actually looking like. It says 10 on Stream Focus, but it says 4 up on Twitch Native. I want to see if we actually have 4 viewers, or if it's just a lurker issue on Twitch. If you're on Twitch, please, if you would be so kind, just leave a quick chat message. Nice. Oh, that totally works. I'm totally good with that. Yep. Micah, how's it going? Everything's great. Health is great. Family's great. Everything's going good. Working on this cutscene for this video game. It's going pretty well. This is Rampage, the final boss, when he first busts out of jail. Need to open that door. His run path, it feels very like slow, like gradually going out and turning into, but I feel like it should be like a direct shot to the next door. So like once he busts out, he kind of like moves out in a really broad path and then turns in. I feel like it should be a more direct path. Let me edit it a little bit. Spline. See what I mean by the spline? You kind of like, but it should be more direct. I don't want to move this to, or how's it, how I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna add a new spline, or not a new spline, a new point. Right there. No. Add a new spline point right there too. And then move that in. Can't see these colors very well. Like, how do you get past that? I can do that. Okay, that's easier. I can see that better. Here we go. That's better. I need a new spline point right in there. That, so we're centered. That's a little bit better. We still like come out into this area a little too much. We can delete that. I'm just, like, I could just drag this over, but it's messing with that. It makes him jump in his rotation when he starts running again, and it looks bad. Let's see how this fares. It's just like he turns towards the door too late, I feel like. Okay, so what I need to do is add a point right there. That's the point where we want to not edit. So just edit. So this can move over now. Oh, no. Stop. That should feel better. Too much turn right in there. There we go. Spline, yep. Lots of splines today. That is the truth. Yeah, it feels good. Nice. Cool. So to make sure the timing is still good because we changed spline stuff. That needs to be a little bit further back. Yep. Further back. Nice. Nice. Now we can make his jump gradual because his other foot hits that step, so we can actually use that to our advantage. That's nice. Okay, so I'm actually going to rework all of this stepping. On this parent transform. I'm going to delete those values. Delete. We're still starting, I believe it. Yep, 000. BTRU11, what's up? I am working on a mobile superhero game for a client of mine. And right now I'm working on the cutscene where the final boss busts out of jail. And now he's escaping and he's running through this door. So he busts through. So now I am keyframing his height to actually land on the steps. So he's not at ground level, but he's at the building ground level and on the steps. So let's see. The first step is going to be right there, and we jump off and go higher. So from there, that's actually where we need the first keyframe. So I'm going to delete that, delete that, delete that. And then I'm going to add the first keyframe. There we go. And then we go up in the air and then land on the step. So that's going to put us right about there. Why is it jumping? What's the jump there? What's that? Don't like that. Oh, I bet that's the foot IK stuff. Yep, nice. Cool. Okay, and then we're still animating, we're still recording, so land on that one, and then this, and then from there, we 173 go up and land on there. Should be up about that level. Be right height. Or are we too high? We're not even gonna see into here, but yeah, we're a little bit high, so I need to go back to this value. It's on the y-axis. You can see the animator right here. You can actually see where the steps are happening. So right here, we need to be a little bit lower. It's clipping through the ground there, but once the animation like catches up after this jump, which I guess it's more important for us to have the height right on the outside because that's what we see as the player. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to what it was before. There. And then during each height change, we actually, okay. So my second born just busted into the room saying, so and so just walking. So our third born is almost a year and he's been taking some steps lately. And so my second born just run to the room saying that my third born just took 4 steps before falling. So he was so excited to tell me about it. What's up, Mike? Is good? Awesome. Why does that keep... Do you guys see that? Like whoops. Occasionally this changes. It's a little bit of a glitch. That was weird. I've never seen that before. Okay. Catch up on stream. Or catch up on chat. FWK Egan, how do you do this? How do I do what? Like I'm using Unity, the software. Like, I mean, that's a very broad question. How do I do what specifically? Like all of it together, like game design, just learning, teaching myself, watching YouTube tutorials. I've been doing 3D, like I've been doing stuff like this, like the 3D side, modeling, animation, rigging. I've been doing that since like for a long time, like 20 years. But I started doing game design specifically like 5-ish, 6-ish years ago. Okay, land and then there. So every time we jump to a new height, we actually need to go higher. It's like right here, we need to be higher. Because you always, whenever you jump to a new height, you jump a little bit higher than where you're gonna land and then you come back down. So this is what we need here. So we go up and then down. That might be a little bit too high. Yeah, it's a little bit too high. Also needs to happen probably sooner. Jump. Yeah, it's too high. Because he does already have some height to his jump baked into the mocap animation. So I actually might not need to add any because he's... Yeah, I might not actually need to add it now that I think about it. Because he's already going higher in the animation than he comes down onto his step. Maybe a little bit. No, that step is fine. But that step, I think we definitely need some on that third step. A little bit higher on the global too. Okay. That one's tough. It's tough because like the mocap isn't selling the height. Because technically in this mocap, he's just going into a pose where both of his feet are already on the ground. So I'm kind of like forcing it to look like he's in the air and then landing, but he's not actually doing that. I think it works though, it's fine. Like just playing it through and going fast. Yeah, it's totally fine. We're not even gonna see him that close either. We're gonna be like this far away. Yep. Okay, let's stop recording. Let's see it in game. In cutscene mode, Gato's back again. Gato, you missed yourself winning in one of the marble races. We will ask Caroline about beta release. Yes, I did. I did ask my client about beta release. He's totally cool with it. I just got to figure out like how I'm going to do that on my end. Bust, pause, dramatic effect, start running again. Bust, nice. Now I just need to do make the doors open. That's awesome. I need to rework the cameras too. Nice. One more time. Nice. Okay, let's do the doors. We can try it out. I'm not sure yet. I kind of need to figure that out, how I'm going to do that. I do know beta testing will probably only be able to be on Android. I don't know, maybe I should do beta testing on iOS as well. Maybe I should do some polls first, like how many... Because if we have like 19 beta testers wanting to do it and they're all Android, but then only one beta tester doing on iOS, I might just not even do iOS at all. Oh, you only have iOS, okay. We'll figure it out. I'll probably need to start like a Discord channel in the Discord to get interest first. gather the group of people that are going to do the beta, then get all the email addresses, because then I would send out the private beta link for the game to those emails, and then you would use that, the link in the email, you'd use that to download the game to your phone. Pretty sure that's how we would do it. I would want to use, so like, and the Google Play Store has its own system for beta testing, where you release the game to certain emails. And I'm pretty sure that the iOS store also has its own thing. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that some more. Long story short, client said, yeah, it's cool. He's fine with me doing the beta testing. I just personally need to figure out how exactly we're gonna go about doing that logistically. Nice, awesome, cool. That'll be the first step for sure, is join the Discord. That'll be where we communicate on the beta for sure. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, let's open those doors. I want to just copy the same. This one has doors, right? Please tell me it has doors. Okay, good. I wonder if I can just copy the same animation that we have for that. I bet we can. Pretty sure we can. I just need to, let's see. We need to turn the police station back on. Go to the timeline, make sure we're locked in. And then drag in the door. It'll be that. Drag it into there. Animation track. And then drag in this door. Animation track. And then I wonder if I can just copy those keyframes from one track to another. It's only on the Y. So just copy the Y. It's not letting me paste. Set a keyframe real quick. Set it back to 0. Stop recording. Do that. And then paste it, maybe. Copy. Paste. Yeah, I can't do that. That's dumb. Wonder if I can. Oh, convert to clip track. Hold on, hold on. Convert to clip track. Copy. Paste. Oh, nice. Ugh. It worked, but it's offset. I might just redo the animation. Shoot. Why is it off so much? I don't understand. Oh, it was off to begin with. Okay. That's probably why. Even if I edit that, yeah, it's gonna jump back. Shoot. Still off. When's the game released? I'm not sure. That'll be up to him sometime this summer. But the goal, I'm gonna be done this month. Like it has to be done this month. No later than May 1st. So we'll be done this month. Where did you guys watch Marble Race? On YouTube. Yeah, I'd love for you to test the game. You could just go back in the stream and check what it was. Maybe on the YouTube. What's up, Imperial 2014? How's it going? How is it going? Good to see you. I want to reuse the same animation so bad because it would save so much time. I just don't know how to do it without affecting the offset. Because these guys... I'm doing pretty good, Imperial. Gotten some good work done today on this cutscene. I can just copy that and bring it, and this is the... Well, it should be the right door because it's opening the other way, so it should be this one. That one. So paste, so we've got the same clip opening, so that's correct. Just messing with the position. Which is weird that it is messing with the position. Because I'm only affecting the rotation. Here's what I need to do. I need to delete that. Grab that value. Copy. Wait, what if I just added a parent to this? Create empty parent. Yeah, it's adding it way back there. What? It's weird. No, children of pre-pop instance cannot be moved. What if we do that? And then add the clip in, copy. Okay, this is massive. Why is that so massive? Codexo, what's up? How's it going? No way, Gato. Crazy. No, you won. I did a Marvel race during my lunch like an hour ago. I'm doing good, Codexo. Doing pretty good. Okay, so let's copy that. Move down to here. Paste. Okay, now I should be able to reset. Oh, I see. I got you. I got a Unity development. I left Unreal Engine. Really? Wow. Most of the time you hear people leaving on Unity and going to Unreal. But not very often you hear people going from Unreal to Unity. Why did you make the switch? I'm gonna be honest, like, there's so many like Unity and Unreal are both engines. They both great engines. They both have their pros and cons. But I feel like the majority of the reason why a lot of people move to Unreal is just because Unreal honestly just has a lot better marketing than Unity. Now, I don't want to say that I don't want it to sound like I'm saying Unreal is not that great. Unreal is amazing. Unreal is really cool. I've never used it, but it's amazing. It does amazing stuff. But Unreal Engine just has better marketing than Unity does. Unity has like practically zero marketing, unfortunately, compared to Unreal. Unreal's marketing is just insane. They know how to make their software look really good and really attractive, and I get why a lot of people switch to it. With that said, Unity can still do tons of great stuff. They just don't market it very well, I think. Okay, so this is over here. Now I should be able to just move this. Wait. Did I do that wrong? I think I did that wrong. Yeah, get rid of that. Delete that. Keep that there. That's over there. What I need to do is add this to here, I think. Add this animation track, add the door parent, and then copy that to there. Oh my gosh, no. What is going on? Oh my gosh, dude. Well, I thought that was going to be easier, but I guess not. Select asset. Let's just go back and get rid of that. Well, I was hoping to just copy over the animation, but not working. It was too laggy, I couldn't optimize it. Huh, okay. Like the editor was laggy? What do I get when I win the marble race? Well, you've already won like 6 times. No, you don't get anything because it's rigged. You rig it, Gato. Literally. You won a race that you weren't even at. It's too rigged. Green always wins. It's too rigged. You can't win anything if you rig it all the time. Okay, can I just copy this animation clip and just paste it right here and then it work? Why I don't know. It's offset. I get it, but I don't get it because I'm not even animating the position values. I'm just animating the rotation. Like what in the world? If I revert this, like I can't just do this. So like I could move it around and hopefully get it to line up, but I want it to line up exactly where it was before. Wait, those values look very negative of what it was originally. Hold on. Maybe not. I'm tripping. Maybe I'm not tripping. Yeah, I was tripping. Yep. Where did it even go? I think I'm just gonna animate it again by hand. Well, it's just for people who I gave the game so laggy, I'm sure I could be optimized if I tried. Oh, so you made the game, it was working fine on your end, but then your game was laggy for other people is what you're saying? Yeah, probably. Was it a game for mobile? Because that's something that's really tough. That's the problem that not a problem, a struggle that I've been having. Because like it's a flagship phone. It's a Galaxy S24. Let me see, or 25. This is a Galaxy S25. Okay, so this game on my phone runs fantastic all the time. I get like 120 FPS. But that's not going to be everyone's phone. So I have this other phone that I use for testing. It's a Galaxy. No, not a Galaxy. A Moto G stylus. Some year, I forget the year. But on that phone, I'm getting like 48 frames per second. So I've been doing some bit of optimization on this game as I've been working on it. but I need to do some more optimization. Well, really just, so it's pretty optimized, but what I need to do is I need to make it work for a broader range of devices. And what I mean by that is I essentially need to add settings into the menu. First we need to make a menu. And then a menu, I need to add settings that lets people turn on and off, turn stuff off and on. The biggest thing that causes the biggest frame drop in this game is the shadows. So like it works fine on my Galaxy S25, I get 120 FPS. The target is 60 FPS, right? But see like the real-time shadows that are being cast from the sun, like that's super, super heavy on performance. So on my Galaxy S25, it's fine, but it takes the frames per second down on the other phones to a lot lower. So I need to add an option like in the settings where you can like turn off shadows if you want, like much like you would find in pretty much any game. I would also love to make it more like an automatic dynamic setting changes, if that makes sense, to where like if the game detects that your phone is only running it at like 48 frames per second, then it will change settings for you in the game to get as close to 60 FPS as possible. Now, of course, you would want the user to be able to override those settings if they want to. But I think like maybe the very first time the game launches on your phone, maybe the game could like dynamically choose settings for you to get the optimal frame rate. And then after that, it doesn't touch your settings again because then if you as the player want to go into your settings and like add shadows back, you could do that and then the game wouldn't fight you for it. Like if you want to change that back, you can. I need to make this so you can't run into this building because obviously we don't want to do that. Okay, let's just hand animate these. Get it over with. So right there, I want to start at 0. And bust open. We talked about this before. This needs to be not broken. It needs to be linear. So it starts opening right away. It does not gradually open. It just opens right away on that first smack. But it needs to happen a little slower to match the arm. Nice. Beautiful. And it does need to swing back closed. Let's go back to 0. Make it go a little bit. Add another keyframe. There. And this can be faster. So it kind of starts off like slow with him and then pops out faster. Yep. Gorgeous. But it needs to linger a bit at the all the way open mark, so add a keyframe there. Let's linger it, nice. And then close back slowly over a long period of time. Swing back kind of fast, but then at the very end, do the last bit a little slower. So we'll add a keyframe right there. So that can be fast closing. It's a little too fast. And this just needs to be drawn out a little bit more, slower. Let's turn this up so we kind of pause at the end. Not that much. Nice. Look at that pause at the end. You pause and then close in slowly. Could pause for a little bit longer. With the tangents. Auto. Nice, that's pretty smooth. Love it. I don't like the stickiness of the all the way open. It comes back too fast. Seems to be a little bit longer. It's too stuck. It's too stuck. That's better. Nice. Better, better, better. Nice. This should be a little bit more. Nice. Feels good. I think it closes a little fast. Let's drag all of this to the right. Nice. That feels good to me. What do you guys think? Where are you animating this? What do you mean by that, Saito? I'm using Unity. That's the game engine that I'm using for this game. And I'm animating this inside the timeline. The timeline is what you use to make cutscenes in games, in Unity games. And I actually didn't know anything about the timeline. I'd never made a cutscene before until a few days ago when I made my first cutscene for this game up here on the rooftop. And so now on stream, I'm working on this other cutscene down here. But if you're talking about the animation for the character, I recorded all of that motion capture with the Mocap suit. I think it was 9 days ago. We did that on stream. You can check the VOD out on YouTube. Get your eye on the ceiling fan? What the heck, Gato? What platform? This will be for mobile. Yes, Unity is free. Unity's free, Unreal is free, Godot is free. Take your pick. I use Unity, obviously. That feels good. Now let's just do the other door. I need this to be a little bit more stuck. There we go. When it closes to a point and then it slows down a lot more. And then actually I'm gonna make this a little bit longer. There we go. That's better. Oh, ceiling of the tent? You're in a tent? I'm confused. It is not April Fool's Day. It is not April Fool's Day. Am I saying this is not April? It is not April Fool's Day. April Fool's Day. Yeah, April Fool's Day. It's not April Fool's Day. Okay, done with that one. Now let's also do the left door. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy. I can't copy because it's inverted, so I'm just going to record, set to 0, do that, go to rotation, highlight Y. So yeah, I am going to just copy values. And then I'm going to, so I can get this done fast. Well, maybe I can just copy. No, I can't because I tried doing this before. Couldn't do it. Yeah, can't do it. Copy. So I'm going to copy the same values and then I'm going to tweak the timing so that we have, so they're a little bit offset from each other. It's like we did on the other two doors. Two doors down. Copy. Oh, shoot. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Frick. Awkward. It's okay, I'll just invert it. Yes, perfect. Just invert them. Wait, something's not right. Whoa. He smacks the door open so hard that it swivels around itself through the wall. I wish you guys could have seen the other. I was working on this game a few days ago off stream. I was working on the player jump, the flips and the jumps, and I got it so janky just from tweaking stuff that he like jumped and did a flip and then landed in the ground and his hips were in the ground. His body was frozen in like a fetal position and his waist was at the ground. So the whole bottom half of his body was underground and you could move around and his animation was completely locked. So he didn't move at all, but he kept moving around in that position. It was so funny. Who's a good person to learn animation from? I mean, there's lots of places. Animation. You can learn animation from any software. That's not software dependent. I've kind of self-taught myself animation. I'm not the best animator, but something that I loved watching years ago is this thing called animate. This won't really teach you how to animate. It just teaches you how to animate. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense at all. There's this thing called Animation Mentor, okay? Animation Mentor is like an online school where the people that teach you are industry veteran animators, okay? So I forget who they have in here, but they have some of the teachers in the animation back like how many years ago was this? Back when I was in college. I was in college from 2010 to 2014. So let's say like 2012 era, which would have been like let's say like 15 years ago, okay? 15-ish years ago, when I was in college. I wanted so badly to be able to join the animation mentor thing. It costs money. And what they do is essentially they give you assignments and you have to animate the character to match the assignment that you're given. And then the professors are industry professional animators. They've worked on movies like Transformers or Pixar movies or whatever. So they're like the best of the best, and they are the teachers of this course. It's really cool. It's called the Online Animation School. That's its slogan. But so anyway, so I never got into it. I never even tried because it was just too much money. But the cool thing is that they will post, I wonder if they've done it. They will post a lot of their reviews of student animations. Let me see if I can find one. This is a student showcase. So all that to say, like, I really enjoyed watching this like a decade ago. I loved watching the professionals review the student animation work and give them tips on how to animate better. So that was really helpful for me. Maybe it can be helpful for you. And it seems like they have a lot of other videos too, like just how to make walk cycles and stuff. So I would recommend an Animation Mentor. I want to find one of the ones like that I would have watched like 10 years ago. So you've got like these animation supervisors from like Framestore and Walt Disney Animation Studios, Universal. So it's like really cool stuff. Senior animator at DreamWorks. These are all interviews, but where's like the review stuff? Here, feedback. Let's look at this one. So like the professor will watch through the animation, right? And then, so I don't know who this guy is. But anyway, it's really cool. Check it out, Animation Mentor. I think you could learn a lot about animation from that channel, and all that's free too, which is really cool. So let's take that value. Is it because it's on the negative? No. No, that was right before. That's right. It's just this one is wrong. No. Okay, we're gonna do this a little bit differently. Get rid of all these. We're gonna start here and then go to there. And then we're just gonna do this. Let's turn you off. Boom, we're gonna do that. And that way it's not exact as well, which is helpful. That one does need to open up a little further though because of the head. So that's good right there. This is actually helpful to just turn the whole building off and just leave the doors on. That's super helpful. Yeah, so already right here, we need to be further up. And we're just taking this frame by frame. Top view again. Let's just go through the whole thing and then a little bit further probably, yep. And then back down to almost closed. And then finally closed back to 0. Perfect. This is Unity. I am using Blender in the process though, but right now I'm in Unity. Why is he going through the door? Can't him go just around it? Yes, if there was actually no building here, then yes, he could totally do that. Okay, you'll see that. Let's see. Nice. Even though the keyframes are at the right spot, this door right here pauses a little bit more once it closes, which is what I want because I changed the orientation of that. So if I just do that here as well, we'll also get a pause. Boom, pause, beautiful. And then this can also be a little bit more straight. Because doors will like fade out to an end, but then once they finally hit their final point, they don't like soften into it, right? Unless it's like a really fancy door with really good, not shocks, shocks. Whatever the softening is, or most doors, like when they close, it's like they might smoothly close towards the end, but then they finally boom, do a hard hit. So we don't want it to be fully smooth in the end. Dunk. I could even do like look at that. Yeah, that looks good. That's cool. I actually like that. A little bit less. I don't know, I kind of like it. Nice. Feels good. Feels decent. Cool. We're not at 0 though. I don't like that. That needs to be 0. There we go. Nice, and I even like how they're a little offset too. In fact, I need to make them more offset. Make this one a little slower ending. Feels good. I think that feels good. What do you guys think? I think that's pretty solid. Let's turn the building back on. Perspective mode. Stop recording. Let's take a look. I think this is pretty solid. I think that's pretty good. Does he slide too much when he's busting through? I feel like he's sliding on ice. I think I need to make him pop up more. Yeah, I'm gonna make Rampage go a little bit higher. Of course, I don't even think we are making him go higher here. We're not, so we need to add that. Okay, so record, grab him, switch to that. Okay, so we are going up for the step ups, but then right here we need to jump up. Yeah, because you can even see his foot clipping through. So right here, go start here. 0. And then we go up, and then we back down right there. 0. So then up. Nice. Nice. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Feels good already. Rotation. Nope. Position. Here we go. Something I have not been liking about Unity's timeline is that if you drag spline points, if you drag the keys higher or lower than your view, you can't get to them unless you press F to reframe it. But like you can't scroll to see higher views. Like it's just not very good. It's terrible. Why aren't we going? Oh, I was looking at rotation. I was wondering why it was 0. Okay, so we are going up. We're going up. Oh, I know what I did. I accidentally set the rotation, not the position. And right here, we need to go from this point, which is that, to back to that. Okay. So up and then down. Nice. Let's turn off the building again. Actually, that is not helpful because I need to see the ground. Shoot. I also need to keep this value a little further. There. I was accidentally setting the rotation earlier when I was supposed to be setting the position. So that actually needs to be there. Cool. There we go. Now we're in business. Much better. Now he actually goes up a little bit when he busts through the doors. Feels good. That feels good to me. What do you guys think? Yeah. So then right here, when we're all the way closed, that is when we can end the cutscene. Let's try it out in game. See what we got. The Gotham City, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for being here. First time chatter over on Purple. Means a lot. So I'm starting out with game development and animation. What would you recommend and why? I would recommend, I say this to everyone that asks that exact same question. Actually, hold on just a second. Good. Nice. Very nice. I tell them all the same thing. I recommend starting off with a very simple game called a rollerball game. And what you do is you watch through the tutorial series. They've got a ton of these. So go to YouTube, and if you want to use Unity as your game engine, or Unreal, or Godot, whatever, I'm just going to do Unity, because that's what I use. So I'm going to say Unity Roll-a-Ball Tutorial. Okay, so just type that into YouTube. You're going to find something like this. Okay, Unity Rollerball. There's a good playlist. Unity tutorial, Rollerball. Create first game in Unity. So any of these are going to be perfectly fine. Okay. So essentially what these series are going to walk you through is making your very own game. It's going to be a very basic game. It's not going to be something that you publish or anything like that. All it is it's going to teach you how to make a game beginning to end. Very simple, very basic. Each of these tutorial series, they're going to be like maybe 10 videos with like 8 to 10 minutes per video. So you could walk through one of these tutorial series in like a day, like take a Saturday and just run through one of these tutorial series. It'll teach you how to make a very simple game. You're literally a ball. Okay. You're going to roll around and you're going to collect these floating cubes or floating coins or whatever. And as you collect them, and you can see right there in the video, as you collect it, it'll show you how to make like a counter up in the top, like count 9, you've collected 10, 11, 12. And then once you collect all of them, pop up a very simple text like you win or game over. And that's it. That's the game. It's very simple, very basic. Not something you're going to show off, but it's going to be something that you complete. And that's going to give you a lot of satisfaction, and it's going to be very helpful for you. And it's going to be a good way to get your feet wet to see if you even want to do game design at all. You might go through it and be like, this is dumb. This is not what I thought game design was going to be. I hate it. And then you're good. You wouldn't have wasted much of your time. So yeah, I recommend everyone do that. Even if you don't think you want to do game design, I would recommend just going through one of these series one day. Take a Saturday, take like 3 or 4 hours on a Saturday, walk through one of these series, make your own game. And then you can say you made a game. And it'll give you knowledge on whether or not you want to go more into game design. So then after you make that tiny game, if you want to keep going and you have that experience under your belt, then aim for slightly bigger. Maybe start figuring out how to, or look up a tutorial on how to do animation. Where you have like a walk cycle, like a character has a walk cycle, and add a little bit more complicated controls and just make shoot for very tiny game, make it, finish it, and then go a little bit more ambitious. Just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit. Make that second game, and then after you complete that, go for a third game, slightly bigger, a little bit more ambitious, and make that, finish it, and then keep going there and there and there. The biggest problem a lot of beginners have is they have this grand ambition for a game, like I want to make this big multiplayer open world AAA game with physics and cloth simulations and all this stuff, and fighting and all this stuff, and they have a big grand ambitious plan, and then they get into the game and then it's overwhelming, rightly so, and then they give up because it's just too overwhelming. So start small, work your way up. That's my suggestion. I say that to everyone that asks that question. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, if you've done a few games on Roblox and want to go somewhere, yeah, I would recommend Unity. That's what I use. Okay, the next step is we've got everything pretty good. I think Rampage is done, honestly, for this cutscene. I think we will do some type of pause right there on him, where the character gets explained like who this is. Nice, and then we switch back. Perfect, I love it. I do think though, I think I want to make it so that when I love this camera right here. When we switch to the second camera, I want the second camera to show drip in the shot. So to do that, all we have to do is, I'm actually just going to copy the same camera from the other cutscene, or not the same camera, sorry, the same or no, I'll just do it from scratch so you guys can see it. So I'll turn the cutscene back on. Okay. Okay, so we're in this camera, and then on this camera, I want to add a group framing. Well, I can just do this. Add extension, machine group framing. And then we're looking at the target of a group, and that group is going to be, so machine target group is going to be create empty. Add a new target group. This is a Cinemachine thing. And then just make sure group center, group average. Use group center, group average. Was that using late update? Yeah. And then on this camera, I want to set the tracking target to this target group. And this target group needs to consist of Drip's head. Let me just actually find that there. So it's Drip head. So that's the character's head. Go back to that target group. So essentially the camera wants to, I'll just fill this out and then explain it after a bit. So then Rampage, what was it? I used Rampage's head. So page parent transform, rig, neck, head. Okay. Target group, put that in there. And I'm pretty sure I used like a 111. Yeah, all ones. Okay. So what this is doing. So here's our camera. If I just turn this off. So this is where we positioned the camera, okay? But now I'm adding this new component to the Cinemachine camera called group framing. And what that does is it automatically repositions and re-rotates the camera so that this target group, and right, I've defined the target group as the player's head and Rampage's head. So that's the target group. And so now this camera, where'd the camera go? Now this camera has repositioned and re-rotated itself so that that whole target group, both heads, are framed in the viewport of the camera. So now, even as Drip, the player, or Rampage, the final boss, moves, the camera will continuously automatically rotate and position itself to make sure that everyone is still in frame. So like watch this. See, as I'm moving through the timeline, the camera constantly changes to make sure that both characters are always in frame. So you'll see this a lot of times with like multiplayer games, like a Lego game, for instance. You have player 1 and player 2. As they move apart from each other, the camera goes out further. And as they get back closer to each other, the camera moves in. That's essentially the same exact thing that we're doing here. But now that I'm seeing it, I'm not sure I actually like it. And also it's bobbing up and down based on head. So I need to not do the head for the target group. I need to just use the root of the whole character. Let's do that instead. We'll use the root instead of the head. There, armature, boop. But then it's super low because the root is at the bottom where the ground is. So I can use the root. And that's why I was using a head before on the rooftop scene. But there's a lot of running with Rampage here, so it's causing the view to bob up and down. So what I could do, so we're using that and Rampage variant. So now it doesn't bob up and down, but it's too low still. Oh, you know what also I could have done to get rid of the bobbing? I could have just adjusted the, what's it called? The damping right here of the group framing. Because if I make it higher, it's a lot less severe in the, so I think I did like a 5 for the rooftop scene. You can also make it only dolly or only zoom. I'm gonna do dolly only. Actually, I'll do both, that's fine. Dolly then zoom. Lateral adjustment. Instead of changing position, let's change rotation. Ugh, definitely not. Oh, that's terrible. Framing mode, only horizontal. Ugh. You can set the framing size. I'm gonna do 1. I kind of want it to like stay with Drip, stay with the player. Rotation mode. I wonder what manual is that? I'm not actually sure about. Group average. That's going to be the same with 2 characters. But if you had a lot of transforms in here, the center and the average would be different for sure. Plate update, that's not going to matter. What if we gave Drip 1, but Rampage like point? No, that doesn't work. No. Why it's so off? It's like it's got a Dutch angle to it, but I know. Shouldn't have that. What is happening? Oh, that's why. Change the center offset like that. Yeah, I definitely don't like that. Ugh. Yeah, this is not working. I think I want a combination of group framing, but also... No, that's not true. What I want is for the camera to track with Rampage so that it's constantly looking at him, but I want the camera to be over the shoulder of Drip. Over the shoulder, like not directly behind the shoulder, but him still in frame. If that makes sense. And this whole tracking target group thing is not looking good. Whoa. I get what it's doing, but I only want it to rotate. But it's still moving. That's pretty cool. I hate it for this game, but that's cool. It's like a push pull for those that know anything about film. I'm gonna turn that off and see what that looks like. Just for funsies. Just for funsies. Hey guys, thanks for the follow, Thomas, and for the share. Appreciate it. No, this is not Roblox Studio. This is Unity Game Engine. I'm working on a mobile game for a client of mine. Be super crazy shot. Switching to right. I actually don't hate it. Not what I was wanting to do for the second camera, but it doesn't look that bad. Maybe it was just janky because I was in the editor, and it works better in. Okay, let's move it a little bit closer. Let's keep playing around with this. See what we get here. I need the timeline to stop unlocking itself. That would be great. Okay, so let's move this to like 1. Actually, let's do this. Let's change the target group so that Drip has a... No, wait, hold on. 1. Zesty, what's up? Howdy, first time chat. Thanks for being here, dude. You change settings in the script, or is it a completely different system? Change what settings? On the camera? Oh yeah, you totally could. But this is a different system. The timeline, you can do scripting stuff with the timeline, but it mostly works with just setting keyframes and turning things on and off in the timeline. But what I'm working on right now is just like figuring out the right values for this Cinemachine component to make it framed right with both characters. Thanks for the share, him, and for the follow, Thomas. Make random things go boom. Just an idea, track the target, but pan to show the player. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Well, hold on. I want the camera to be over the shoulder of the player, but tracking with Rampage as he's running away. So I'm actually I want to play around with that too, because this just is not working. The framing is not working. So I'm going to take this off, remove, go back to where we were with this shot, where we were somewhere around like, where were we with the camera? Somewhere like, I actually just go ahead and position, but the thing is, like, you're not gonna know where Drip is until he appears. But let me go ahead and add the tracking target. So target group, I'm just gonna remove drip. Actually, that would work probably. 0. It's not working. Oh, I know why. For camera, target group. Oh, it's still not working. Okay, we need to do rotation control. Hard look at, rotate with follow target, probably. No. Rotation control. Rotation composer? There we go. Now we're talking. That looks cool. The only thing is like we're obviously looking too far right and we don't want to see that side of the world. It's way too much. So what we need to do is bring the whole camera over here more. And also I want to say bring it up to, no, maybe not up. Maybe there's good. And then screen position. Actually, before I do that, we'll add a dead zone so that he doesn't, wait. Why is it still, should not be tracking directly with him. Wait, can I use a target group for the rotation composer? Can I put this back to 1? What happens then? If I move it over here. Yeah, it's essentially just tracking the center of wherever the center is of both characters. So yeah, that's not really what we want. So I still want it to hard track directly to Rampage. But that's what I want. Actually, maybe not. Maybe you should track with him the whole time. I was trying to make it like very... Yeah, I feel like it works better to track the whole time. But only to a certain point. Once it gets to here, it should stop tracking. So let's do... Not look ahead. What is it called? Hard limits. First we need to offset the target so that it's looking up at him instead of at his feet. good. And then let's move it up a little higher. There we go. I just don't want to go that far over because we can't see the world over there. So let's move this over here. Then we need to stop tracking him right there. How can we do that? The recomposer. No, I don't want to edit the script. Stop that. The target ranges the building. What about a slight zoom? No, because we do is we go in really close on when he first comes out of the building. And then we just need to look back when he goes in. And then we need to cut back. So I just need to stop here somehow. I don't know how to do that. I could... Could just switch back to the normal camera at that point. Like it'll automatically transition it nicely when we do it in game. Let's see what it looks like. I think that's it. I think that's it. That works really good. It is a lot of movement right there towards the end. But I mean, it's also going to depend on where the player is, right? It's always going to, like if you do that, it's going to do that. Boom. It feels and looks like a real game to me. Like I would see something like that in so many games that I've played, right? It feels and looks like a real game. What do you guys think? It might be a little fast on the final transition to the back to the normal camera. It is a real game, yes. Close up a bit. Close up where? When? I think that feels great. I like it. Oh, once he goes into the second building. He needs the loo. That's hilarious. And then when you jump up here, ignore the flips. When he gets up here to chase him down, then we hit this cutscene. I don't have time for this. Get him. Something like that in the audio. Audio's not done yet. And then you fight these guys. So chase him down, chase him down, chase him down, chase him down. Feels good to me. Put a lot of care on this. Thanks, Gail. That means a lot. But yeah, I agree with you with about his run cycle animation. What I was going for with that mocap was, you know, like imagine the Hulk running in any of the Avengers movies, right? Or any Hulk movie for that matter. And his runs, like his arms and his legs are so like widespread, and he's got this big like, and his strides are really far and long with his feet. So I was trying to do that, but I think part of it was just the Rococo mocap suits do not do well with walk cycles and run cycles and jumps and stuff. So that's part of it. Another part of it was when I was running the living room, I just didn't have a lot of room. And so I felt like when I was acting it out, I felt limited in how much space I had to run, if that makes sense. Also, like I'm 5'9", so I'm a human. So even if I can get the mocap part of the way there, I should probably edit the mocap in Blender to make the strides longer. I probably should do that. I probably should make it so the strides longer. And also there's the little blip in one step of the run cycle. He's like running and he goes badoop and then run badoop. It's really funny. Let me actually see if I can find that part. Perspective. It's like, watch this. Can you just make a game with AI? I mean, sort of. You can't do 3D games like this with AI. You can do a lot of the coding with AI, but like 3D animation, all that stuff, you can't do that. Do you see it? What I'm talking about? Like most of the steps are the same height, but then there's the one step in the cycle where it's like badoop, 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 badoop. Badoop. Yeah, it's like it's right in there. I need to. I want to see if I can make that animation slower. I'm not sure where I would do that though, because I know I can do it in the main camera of the brain for Cinemachine, but that is going to change the default blend value of every single transition, and I don't want that. What we'd want is, I'm pretty sure I can do unique blends for each camera transition, but I don't know where you do that at. Strange Riders, mode override, no. Blend, no. Output, no. Oh, where is it? I've done it before, a long time ago. Boom, that's the one. That's where I've done it. New Blender setting. Okay, Tooling assets, we'll do it. I'll just put it in settings. My settings folder. Save, okay. And then, so the default for any camera transition that's not custom set by me, the default, it'll default to what we've already been doing, 2 seconds, ease in and out between cameras. But then a custom blend, we'll do a custom blend with this particular camera, which is Police Station Camera 2. I thought I could drag that in there. From, oh, there it is. Okay, so you just do a drop down. That's weird. That's different than Unity's like usually Unity would let you drag and drop your stuff there, but it's okay. Police station camera 2. From police station camera 2 to back to the main camera. Yes, right? That's the camera we're using. The player follow camera. Yep. So anytime, let's go back to the settings. Anytime we transition from police station camera 2 to the player follow camera, we're gonna do the blend, not to be a cut, but still ease in and out, but a lot faster. No, slower, sorry. So let's do, instead of 2 seconds, let's do 5 seconds. And that should work. That should work. We found it. What else did you use again to help with the animation? Rococo. Satsu right there. I also have gloves and a head rig and stuff. But yeah, it's Rococo. And actually, if you do end up getting a Rococo suit, you should use my discount code. I have a 5% off discount code if you want, or if you're actually interested in buying that. Okay, let's check this out. We should get a 5-second animation. So first animation to this first camera will be normal, 2 seconds. 1, 2. Then this next transition is 2 seconds. 1, 2, and then transition back to main camera should be 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's a lot longer. That's a lot better. That feels solid. What do you guys think? Was it too slow maybe? That feels really good. Feels good. I feel like it transitions too soon. So I think what we need to do is we just need to, where's our timeline? We need to drag this out later. Right there. Now let's try it. RKK_pixelfire. I should type that in the chat. You can also find it in my link in bio. That will get you 5% off Rococo. Boom. Boom. Feels a little long. Let's go a little faster. Let's do 4 seconds, and maybe let's do a different blend. Yeah, let's do a custom. Can I do a custom? Whoa, nice curve, cool. So I'm gonna do an ease in and out, but I want it to ease in. So I want it to start the move pretty fast, but smoothly, but end slower. So let's do, I can't just drag that out. Why? Man, there's some things with Unity I'm just like, what? Why do you do it that way? I don't understand. Okay, so slower at the end. Actually, the end was fine, so I just need to adjust the beginning. So add key. That might be a little extreme, but let's try it out. Could it pan as if it's being shown on a phone back to character cam? What do you mean by that? Okay, fast intro, slow outro. Still needs to be faster at the beginning, I feel like. What do you mean, Deadpool? Hey, Mr. 8, thank you for the love you so much. That means a lot. Feels good. Only thing I don't like is that the camera is going too far. We see too much, right? Like, I want it to stop right here. We could also just end this a little sooner. I also just want it to not track as much. Damping. I think we need to change the damping. That's doing absolutely nothing. No, not dead zone. Look ahead. That's it. Why isn't look ahead doing anything? And damping isn't doing anything either. More filming view, back to player view. You want it to zoom, so like as it's following him, it zooms in to where he's going. We might could try that. I do think we should just move the overall camera so that we're more... Oh, maybe not. Like, here's what I want. Okay. What I want is for the start of the camera to be right here, so that the doorway area is kind of on the left third of the frame, and then it slowly moves over to the right, but then the camera stops maybe like right there. But it's moving from point A to point B the whole time that Rampage is following, or is running. And I thought I could do that with this rotation composer with like the damping or the look ahead, but it's just not working. I don't understand why. I could just animate those values so we go from negative to positive. I could do that. I'm sorry if you hear our screaming baby in the background. Yeah, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try something cool. Hopefully it works. We'll see. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. Whoa, 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 whoa. Did not work how I thought it would, but it is animating. That's what I wanted. That works. Now let's see what it looks like with the transitions and everything in game. I think it's working. Should hide the unrendered assets on the right. Oh yeah, I've definitely got to work the buildings a little bit so we can hide the world over there. Boom. Nice. Come out to this view. Oh yeah, that feels solid. I do think we need to linger a little bit more on that view. I think we need to linger right here. So to do that, we need to keep this camera active a little bit more, but we need to stop following the character. I'm not exactly sure. We could probably animate that as well. Maybe? I don't need any of that because it's not even working. How do I smoothly stop tracking with the character? That's the question. I don't fully understand the whole hard limits thing because it's not limiting it at all. The end time and pan back to player. No, I've edited this here so the camera will stay looking here longer, but I wanted to just stop tracking with the player, but I wanted to do it smoothly. Cause like I could probably just animate this rotation composer on and off. Yeah, so on. Can I do overtime? I doubt it. Off. No, it's a hard set, see? So that's what it's gonna do, and that's what I expected. It's just going to go from tracking him to not tracking him right away. And it's just too, it's too sudden, right? So look at that in game. It's not terrible. I think I'd like it to stop tracking a little bit more smoothly though. I like the camera shake. I want to add some. I want to actually intentionally add some camera shake whenever he stomps, or maybe just when he busts through the doors. That would add a lot, I think. Trying to think this you inside the game because they oh yeah. I also think I think we're turning too much. I think we need to move the camera over more. Stop doing that. Why is it doing that? Please keep the timeline locked and stop unlocking it. I have not told you once to unlock it. It's really frustrating. I could do a dolly as well. Actually, let's do 0. Oh wait, I know how we can smoothly animate it. All we got to do is animate the values in the target group to go from 1 to 0, right? Because if we do 1 and then we change that to 0. Oh wait. There we go. 1, 0. What if I... Let's try this. Okay, so I guess you can't animate those values. Unless I'm just dragging in the wrong thing. Maybe I can drag in this. Nope. Okay, so I guess you can't animate that. We'd have to do it in script. No, Javen, this is not for Roblox. This is a mobile game that I'm making in Unity. Sort of Deadpool, not really. So this is this game is like a mix of old 70s, 80s, 90s retro beat 'em up style games, but with modern like. So it's a side scroller game where you move left to right. So the very beginning of the level, you're at the very left side of the level. The very end of the game, you're at the end of the level, you're at the right side. You beat up bad guys throughout the whole level, and then you fight the final boss at the end. It's a beat 'em up superhero style game, so much like the old. What? Madam Bun Bun is here. What? Thanks for the heart me. Thank you so much for being here, Madam. It's good to see you again. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for the gifts. So the gameplay style is like the old retro side scroller games like Street Fighter, Streets of Rage, Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers, stuff like that, and then the graphics are more like modern 3D. Madam Bun, how are you doing today? Yep, like Street Fighter. Yep, 100%. That might work. I just need to stop tracking the height. So instead of tracking the variant, let's track the dolly cart. And that will get rid of the bobbing. Nice. Now I just need to look a little higher up, I feel. Maybe not. Maybe that's a good height. A little higher up on this. Ignore look ahead. It's not doing anything for some reason. Screen position. Target offset right there. Not so high. Maybe like right there. Feels good. That should work. Now I also want to try to add the camera shake too when he busts through here. So let's do this camera. I'm pretty sure Cinemachine has camera shake. Maybe not. Noise, yes they do. Maybe it would be position. No, it's definitely noise. Noise profile, presets, handheld, normal. Let's do mild. Nothing's happening. Does it only happen in game and not in timeline? Let's check, test it out. Oh, do I have to turn it off first. Not enough movement. I wish I could see the movement. Okay, let's do this. Let's add it to the player camera. Oh wait, I already have one. No, I don't want to mess that up. Let's do... Extreme. Play that. It snowed where you are? Where are you? Wait, were you the one that's in Alaska? Madam Bun Bun, where are you? Okay, we've got some movement. Obviously, we want the movement to only happen during the thing, so let's change this to... We're gonna need to animate these values for sure, so let me just go ahead and animate them. Wait, can I animate them? Yes, we can. Do we have it yet? No. Police station camera 1 up here. Add animation track. And then start recording. Oh, gotta turn this on. Okay, PlayStation camera 1, record. Set these values to 0 and 0, and then go up. Amplitude gain, let's do like a 5 and a 5. I don't even know what this is gonna look like. We'll see. Find out, and then we slowly come back to normal right around here, 0, 0. We'll see what that looks like. Is that gonna look really good or really bad, or somewhere in between? Most obvious statement ever. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. Here we go. Whoa. Okay, so let's see. Frequency needs to be a lot, yes. Oh, cool. I can just see it in pause mode. It's paused. Awesome. I can just tweak the values here. So amplitude needs to be less. Yeah. Amplitude is how much shake there is. The frequency is how often it happens. And we can do that a lot. Maybe not. That's not bad. It definitely needs to start later. Like that. Even later. A little extreme. Let's have less amplitude. A little bit more. More frequency. Extreme! Maybe I don't like this. What do you guys think? Yeah, definitely there. Maybe the whole thing should be later. Be a little bit more amplitude. Oh, maybe that's pretty good. Maybe it's too cheesy. I don't know. What do you guys think? I really don't know. Dolly cards in Unity since when? Oh, it's part of a Cinemachine. They've been doing they've had Cinemachine and Unity for, I want to say, 5 years maybe. I don't know, dude. It's okay. I think I would like it better if it felt more like an earthquake, but it's just... We could add some like smoke and dust effects on the doors and stuff, but I don't know, it's the handheld normal extreme. Maybe we need to change it to 6D shake. Like, I don't even know what that is. Let's see what that looks like, 6D shake. Dang, this has been a 6-hour stream. Crazy. More amplitude for sure on the 6D shake. Less frequency. I feel like 6D shake is worse. Hilarious. Way too extreme. I don't know, man. Like, I want some rotation too, and I'm not getting rotation. You know what I mean? I wonder why we're not getting that. Shake, right? You'd think we'd have some rotation in here. Maybe it's wobble. That feels better. It's too late. Sorry. It's too late. Command Slime Light is here again. What's up? Remember when you were just starting off making these characters look advanced? Thank you so much, DJ. It means a lot. I'm working on cutscenes right now. More specifically, this whole cutscene we've been working on stream today over the past 6 hours. And it's nearing completion. Currently, I'm just playing around with some camera shake whenever he busts through the door. I feel good now. It's not so dramatic. It's subtle enough. Probably add another one right there. Maybe. Let's add it real quick, see what we get. Okay, so on this one we add a noise basic. We're doing the wobble. We already have PlayStation Camera 1, PlayStation Camera 2. Happens right there. Okay, let's try it out. Yes, I'm standing. Because it's not healthy to be sitting all day long. So I sit, stand, sit, stand. Well, ideally. A lot of days hold on. That felt good. That felt really good. I like it. I'm good with it. What do you guys think? The camera shake. It's subtle, but it works. It adds just that little bit extra. Adds that little bit extra. And with sound effects, it'll sound even better. Or it'll feel even better. So ideally, like, if I was doing everything perfectly, I would like sit for 2 or 3 hours and then stand for 2 or 3 hours. Sit for 2 or 3 hours, stand for 2 or 3 hours. But more often than not, I usually sit a lot most of the day or like stand right at the very end. But yeah, I should be sitting, standing, sitting, standing throughout the day. Thanks, DJ, means a lot. I'm feeling really good about this. I'm feeling good. We got 2 cutscenes in the books minus audio. We don't have audio yet. Boom. First see Rampage. Boosh. Then we see like a zoom in scan of him, show his stats and all that. Then we're like, oh, we gotta chase him down. Quick, Drip, let's find some Infinium so we can energize your jetpack. Quick, use your jetpack, fly to the top of the building. Activate jetpack. Ignore the glitched jumping. Still gotta fix that. And then you finally get to the top and you beat Rampage to the top, and then boom, second cutscene, boosh, he busts through. I don't have time for this. Get him. Or take care of him. And he runs off. You fight these goons, then you know as the player, hey, we gotta chase down this guy. So then you jump and fail, obviously, because my jump is broken. But yeah, that's the basic premise for these 2 cutscenes. And guys, I'm gonna call it a day. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours, a lot longer than I was anticipating today. I was only planning on streaming till lunchtime, but this cutscene took a little bit of time, so here we are. Thanks for the share, IDK, means a lot. Okay, that's it for me, guys. Thanks for joining the stream. I had a blast. We got a cutscene done. It's looking good. Thanks for all the feedback and the input. Appreciate it, guys. If you guys are interested in partaking in the beta testing of this game, then make sure you're part of the Discord. I haven't created a channel for the beta testing yet, but I'll do that eventually. But first step that you'll need to do is join the Discord. So if you're interested in testing the game before it's released, that would be helpful if you guys are interested. If not, then don't worry about it. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for joining the stream. Have a great, what is today? Thursday? Have a great Thursday, guys. And I will see you next time. Bye, guys.